meeting. Um, Hope you had a good evening yesterday and are well prepared with questions and areas for discussion today. I gather that we also had there was also a very productive W group meeting yesterday evening. Lynn, I don't know whether you want to make any general comments about that.
Um, yeah, thanks for that. It was a really, really great meeting yesterday. Fantastic to have so many women in the room, really rich discussion about cultures and experiences. And I think that was really, really valuable. I wanted to say a particular thank you to Abdullah's colleagues for joining us yesterday. I know that we all found that really, really helpful and a great discussion that we had. And for anybody that hasn't joined the W network so far, we're going to make it easier for people to do so. So we will advertise our existence on websites and open up the LinkedIn group. But if anyone is interested in finding out more, then please do get in contact. Thank you.
Great, thanks then. That's really positive. Okay, Ross, anything from your side before we move in? Okay, so Celine, over to you. And in terms of today, I think, in the way that we did with the check-in, and I think it was, very helpful the way that members approached that. Really, obviously, what we're trying to do is walk through the issues and understand where people are at in terms of recognizing that everybody's on a very big learning curve here, certainly within the board, but obviously our constituents will be as well. And really what we want to do is make sure that we surface those issues, both the kind of conceptual and practical issues, and then we'll divide it up so that we actually do look at the drafting relevant to each of the areas for discussion. And we'll just keep on moving through the process today. So, Celine, over to you.
Thank you, Ian. And so we'll get right into it. So, for today, we have a number of agenda papers, and what we'll go through this morning is there we go. All right. I'll give you an overview again of the what's happened this quarter and our plan looking ahead. And then we'll start with the May instructions. So looking back at everything that we've discussed and the takeaways, and walk through how we've addressed those, discussed those before we get into the new sections. So in the new sections, we'll go through metrics for policy activities, followed by metrics for own operations, and then transition, and then the Appendix B general requirements. So it's been a busy quarter. And thank you. I think it was great to have, the discussions in March on objective and scope, governance, strategy, risk management, and looking ahead at the metrics and transitional provisions in those breakout sessions. We've met with the topic working group and SRG through the quarter, and to specifically look at some of those issues that we talked about in March. So policy activities, revisiting, exploring that further, metrics, getting their input on metrics and transitional provisions, and certainly these groups have been instrumental to helping us get to where we are today, to give us that direction and input and advice to really support us. The detailed recommendations and discussions we have with the topic working group have also provided a lot of food for thought and further resources for us to think about. So those have been and continue to be very important to our process, and just want to flag that too, that support and sustainability expertise is really underlying the recommendations we bring forward. And then just to highlight, on Monday at this week's CAG meeting, we actually had a couple presenters on implementation in practice. So we had a couple very interesting presentations. First, from from the perspective of the private sector. So Bernard Schatz came and joined us virtually and shared about the his observations on implementation challenges in the private sector and how those some of those takeaways for the public sector. I think there were some great key messages coming out of that. Really the importance of the public sector, that crucial role that they play. Some observations he noted is really the importance of the information that the public sector would put out there to provide good, high quality data for public and private sectors to be able to improve and develop our overall global sustainability reporting information. And then about the transparency of that information to help support entities in their planning, and from what they can expect from the government. And some of the challenges that he says that feel like challenges, but sort of the recommendations I'd say he recommended was, thinking about balancing timeliness and capacity, acknowledging that we can't claim certainty in many cases in disclosures, and getting comfortable with that, especially as accountants and auditors, we have you know a precondition to to really want precision and accuracy, but acknowledging that there's those limitations, and to tackle that, to just be transparent, acknowledge there'll be restatements, and it's okay. It's really about that process to demonstrate how you're trying to address those and improve over time. And I think that was very good message for me too, to remind us, again, it's not about perfection, but for the good. I don't know the saying as well, but the last message is just get started. We have to start it and it will improve. And then we had a presentation from Brazil, the Brazilian National Treasury. Alex Teixeira joined us from Brazil here in person. And in Brazil, they've adopted IPSAS in this large, complex jurisdiction they've got a great system. And just speaking with him and Patricia, you imagine 5,000 plus municipalities ranging from 800 people to 12 million in São Paulo. Like it's quite such a great range and a huge task, and they're very ambitious. They're planning to start sustainability reporting by 2026, and he was very clear that they would be looking to the IPSASB sustainability reporting standards. So that timeline, if we meet our timelines too, can really support them for that 2026 goal. But I'll pause here, maybe turn to Fabienne if you had anything to add from the CAG session.
Thanks. Thank you, Celine. Just to build on what you said on Bernard's presentation, he stressed actually that implementing sustainability reporting was a journey, and that it requires building capacity to communicate with sustainability reporting information providers from various horizons and beyond financial management, and with a view to select the relevant information that should be brought to the public, and also to ensure that that information is of high quality. And Bernard also emphasized the connection between sustainability reporting and financial reporting. And I personally felt that those observations provide good context for sustainability reporting standard setting. And that's about it. And then the CAG members engaged in a very productive and efficient conversation, and provided comments on those two presentations. So a very good session indeed. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. And I think just to underline the point that obviously Brazil is very keen on working with us, once we've got our exposure draft out, to work through the issues in terms of implementation that they see. And I think we really want to try and build a group of countries that are going to go, first as pilots, and can, therefore, again, input in that in that way as we develop through to the final guidance. So if any board members actually hear from their discussions either in their own jurisdiction or in their region, if they've got ideas of jurisdictions that we should be starting conversations with, please do let us know, because we really do want to get that dialogue going. Celine, back to you. Oh, sorry, Lynn. Yep.
Thanks, Ian. It was just a small point, but I found the CAG discussions really, really helpful and the presentations really interesting. I just wondered if the presentations and the slides were available for people, because not everybody could be in the room, and I found them really useful. So if it was possible to obtain copies of those, I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I think we've posted them online. So it's on the CAG, under the CAG meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so that brings us to today. And so as I mentioned, we'll go through the May check-in instructions and then into the new sections. And at that point, we'll have gone through most of the full standard. So what's next? After today, we will certainly take away the comments and work through the drafting and make changes, but just a few things to highlight as well. In July, we plan to meet with the ISSB and sit together. I think it's the plan is to meet with them. We've had discussions with them ongoing through this process and from staff to staff, board members. And so I think at this stage, will share with them the draft as far as we get to that point, to get any input from them, given we're aligning with their standard, and also to look ahead to see if they have any developments on their side that might be happening that are not yet public, that we should take into consideration as we move ahead. And then we will meet with the topic working group and SRG in the coming months. This will be as needed. I think at this stage, we'll see what are the key issues coming out of today's discussion. And just given the time, we'll assess, how to prioritize and work with those groups. And then for the July check-in, we plan on bring non-authoritative guidance. So the initial developments and thinking on the IGs and IEs, and then focus on key priority issues that we can tackle in the next few weeks, as the check-in is in a month's time. And then that takes us to September, where in Brussels we'll hope to approve.
Yeah, and the other point is that we will be forming a drafting group so that members who want to get involved in the drafting and supporting staff on the drafting can get involved in terms of the way in which board decisions and instructions are actually implemented. So let us know if you're interested in being part of that group. I think that could be really important in terms of making sure that we're settling this down and that the board can take ownership of the document going forwards. Okay, any sort of points on the overview at this stage? Okay, lead us off.
Great, thank you. So by the end of today, we will have gone through at least a first or second or third, at this point, second or third review of some sections, but a first review of everything in the Cortex application guidance appendices and base for conclusions. I appreciate this is, a continued work in progress. We will work with the drafting group, but to, I think, have nailed all the principles down will be a big, I think, a big achievement. We've gone through a lot, so thank you everyone for your your keen interest and time to go through what is quite a lengthy and complex document. And so the way we'll go through this today, as Ian mentioned, is we will instead of going through the full document at the end of reviewing agenda papers, as we discuss each section, each agenda paper, will reflect on the drafting. So you'll see I'll pull up the specific paragraphs that each section relates to, and we can review those specifically as we go, and then any additional comments we can take at the end. Certainly, I've got a number of comments already, so thank you for sending any your comments in advance and editorials and whatnot, but certainly always welcome to continue to take those after.
Just one thing on process, I think the way in which Celine has presented the papers has been very much to show members how the drafting has built up as we've gone through the process. I think going forwards we'll probably, and with exposure draft approval more in mind, what we will do is we'll move into the normal ED format, so that you can start to see that as the final document, because recognize the papers are long at the moment because we've taken that, if you like, made sure that you've seen the journey as we've gone on it. But now that we're at the stage where we've got, a reasonably complete set of material, I think it's time that we then start to move into ED format. Okay.
Okay, so the first couple of papers are about the May check-in instructions. The key issues that the first paper agenda, item 6.2.2, is focused on two of the key issues around policy activities that we discussed in May. The first being, clarifying whether policy activities include internal or external policies, and making that clarification and delineation. And the second issue was about whether, our scope is requiring disclosures for all types of policy activities or just climate related. So on the first issue, internal versus external policy activities, you'll have seen this diagram from March and from May. And so when we thought about, policy activities and whether that's really an own operations or policy activities, we recognize that, all companies will have internal policies. And so when we thought about how this fits in with our approach to, say, align with private sector guidance for own operations and then have separate public sector guidance for policy activities, we felt that internal policies is really part of that own operations. So when we had discussions even with IPSASB, that's implicit in IFRS S2 and the private sector guidance. So what we really think is separate and unique to the public sector are those external policy activities that influence other entities and individuals through their sovereign powers. So we appreciate that all entities have internal policies that may be procurement policies, employment policies, but those would be part of own operations to keep that, quite clear as if we're referring to and aligning with S2, that's part of your own operations. That's intended to be included as part of that guidance. And then what's really unique to the public sector are those external policy activities. And so we've updated the definitions slightly, and we've added some application guidance. But that's really the approach that we took, and why we're separating out external to be those really part of policy activities. On the second issue, or do you want to pop?
I just wondered,
Yeah.
because actually there was some quite interesting conversations in the CAG, which I think is just relevant to just play in. So Fabienne, if we just pass to you.
Thank you, Jan. Yes, I think, Celine, you addressed some of the concerns of the CAG members on Monday, because they supported the IPSASB in addressing the dual role of the public sector as in own operations and policy setting activities, and well, because differentiating between those two types of activities can prove difficult. Members advised to further add guidance and maybe illustrative examples as to how to be able to differentiate the two. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Fabienne. I mean, I think two specific takeaways that I think we as a board need to discuss was one, the question about the label, in terms of people seem to be getting confident, as you say, in that, differentiation, but calling them policy activities as opposed to policy programs or something like that. The label seems to be causing some problems. And I think, clearly, as you say, we need to think about maybe IGs that we need, but also the other takeaway, which I think was very useful, was the challenge that certain of international organizations have about, is this their own program, or is this actually a program that they're administering on behalf of other people? And so I think one of the if you like, the light bulb moments for me personally, listening to the discussion, was actually we probably need to bring in our existing guidance on agent and principal that would help people decide, is this my program or is this a program that I'm administering on behalf of other people? So there are a couple of takeaways there that I think were quite useful that we should just play into this discussion coming up. Celine, did you want to just complete the presentation and we'll open up the comments?
Thanks, Ian. So the other issue was climate-related policy activities versus all policy activities. So I think from the discussions in May, I felt there was support for really narrowing it, conscious of burden for preparers, and the number of policies that are out there, and the objective of our standard, which is to really provide information for and accountability for climate commitments. So the proposal then is, to be quite explicit that these are for policy activities. You'd be required to provide these disclosures for policy activities designed to address climate. That said, there is room, certainly entities can provide further disclosures that they think is relevant for users, but the explicit requirements would be for those that are climate related, more explicitly is designed to address climate. And to address this, we've included some examples as well in AGs on where I think we talked about in May or March about the subway that's being built to reduce traffic congestion versus designed to reduce emissions. So really looking at the purpose of and the objective of the policy versus the potential outcome being a potential outcome just being to reduce GHG emissions. So I'll turn to the paragraphs as well.
I mean, I wonder whether actually, so perhaps just in terms of the way that we approach this, I think what I'd like to do at this stage is just pause and open up for member comments before we get into the drafting, if that's okay. And really what I want to do is just take a round of comments from members to understand where members are, partly based on their own reading of the material, but partly also based on reactions to what they've heard in CAG discussions and so on. So at this stage, if I can sort of open up for comments, and feel free to say you support where we're going as well, or you like this but you don't like that. I think we really want to just take the temperature on this, because it clearly, there are still, I know from conversations, there are still questions and so on, even if members are broadly supportive. So over to you. I think it was more or less. Yeah. So maybe, Scott, if I start with you, and then we'll just work round the table.
You knew that was going to happen, right? So anyway, first of all, I do support the direction we're going in, but what became very clear to me out of the CAG discussion was it's very clear a policy that's fully dedicated, climate related, and it's very clear when something's not. The challenge is what's in between. And there's a whole variety of items in there. And so I think we need to think about, maybe it is agent principle, but we need to have a framework, because it's going to vary depending on what organization and their structure. For example, they may have a policy that has 4 or 5 different components in it, and there may be one in there that's climate related, but the other 4 may not. Okay, so we need to be able to walk public sectors through how they make that decision when you have these ones that are blended, is what I like to call them. Okay, so I think we need to figure out some way to create a framework to be able to help public entities maneuver through that. But I think we're in the right direction, and I think we need to be able, at the end of the day, be focused on what is significant and material to the stakeholders. Remember that at all time. It's not everything. It's what's really focusing on the stakeholders. So, but that'd be my comment. I think that came out pretty clear in the CAG.
Thanks, Scott. So go to Patricia, and then Mari, and we'll go on round.
Okay, thank you. I have a good conversation with Selina, long and good, so because I think for me, in this moment, is very hard to navigate for this draft, and I think these questions is essential. And I think we try to connect something. It's very hard to connect. And in separate, the proposal in this moment is separate the external, internal policies, but normally the decision is considering different mechanism in the same time: regulation, tax legislation, resource allocation. Think about these themes. I think the best way to in this moment to have a framework that the municipality states can see, oh, okay, I need to talk about these dimensions. I think we have 2 dimensions. One dimension is about public policy. A public policy includes different regulations, tax legislation, resource allocation, capital, current expenditures, to activity outcomes. And the outcomes is part of the analysis. Considering public policies, I can consider 2 dimensions too. Who is responsible for setting, and who is responsible for implementing? Who is responsible for setting normally need to show for all entities involved in the implementation of this policy. And this is my view. And some entities is only responsible for the implement some dimension of that policy. But if I indicate what is the policy that the entity setting, implements, or only implement, and in specific, not so all policies that can have impact on the outcomes, but only the specific policies about the climate change. And the entity you report about the policy, and the results of the public policy. When I think about the other dimension on operations, I think about the institutional policy, not because I have 2 different policies here, and sometimes I hear, policy, but policy is not public policy. Policy is, I know, I think it's policy, it's institutional policy. How, for example, the rules for procurement, eu não sei como é que to buy something. Procurement, thank you. Yeah. It is an institutional policy. Of course, some information that I need to report about the public policy, I need to report about the own operations or institutional policy or own operations. But I have different dimensions of the same phenomenon. If I try to split the policies, public policy, for external and internal, I think it's very complicated, very complex. If I try to identify specific outcomes or how the specific initiatives contribute to activity outcomes, it's very complicated too, because sometimes if I try, for example, tax legislation, I change the tax legislation, what is the specific contribution for this modification for the outcome is very complex. Then I think it's very, very big report, and also users, I think users can very difficult to understand this report. But in this moment, I think our task is not to segregate and relate in so specific way. But I think it's a good start point if I relate entity report about the public policy and about the own operations. The own operations up to direct output, because if I try to understand the outcome in the value chains, it's so. But if I consider only the stakeholders that directly receive the output of the activity of the entity, I think we can start to think better about the other part. Because governance, sorry, I'm extending, but governance about the public policy is different from the governance of the entity. It's different reporting unity. One is public policy reporting, and another one is public sector entity, reporting entity. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I think that's helpful. I think that public policy label may well, if we think about public policy programs and your suggestion about institutional policies may well help. So, if members can react to that, and I think also the differentiation that you made there between outcomes and outputs as well, that may be helpful to think a bit more about that. But I'll carry on round taking comments from members. So Mari and then Liang and Jonah.
Thank you. I have a similar view with Patricia, and so I'm in confusion about the internal policies and external policies, and internal policies related to entities' own operations. It's so limited, and so maybe the public sector entities' internal policy indirectly affect the stakeholders. And so in the point of the role of the finance sustainability reporting, it is interoperability and the connectivity between the public sector and private sector. And so we are more careful to separate the distinct internal policy and external policy. And so the government public sector entities specific feature as policy setters, and we have to discuss about it more carefully. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. So go to Liang, then Jonah, then Mike. And I haven't forgotten you, Angela, so after Mike.
Thanks, Chair. I
actually share the same concern as Pachuca and Marisa. In particular, when I go through the whole document, such as the 4 pillars, I think it is hard for me to distinguish external policy and internal policy. Such as we say the governance, the governance, how to guide the policy setting and the strategy. So maybe we should explore further about how to distinguish this external policy and internal policy. Another point I would like to raise is about the definition of the climate-related policy activities. I support that we have a narrow definition and to only include those directly policy directly address climate. But when I look at BG, such as the BAG7 and the other age, BAG22, I just wonder to make clear whether my understanding is correct, such as the example Celine just quoted, the subway. For example, if the government, when it developed the subway develop a new subway, if in the in its program or its policy, it is clearly stated that the objective of the subway is to, in addition to reduce traffic, another objective is to reduce emissions. If it is case, this will be scoped in. Otherwise, if it is not stated clearly in its program or its external announcement or internal documents, such as it will be scoped out. So I think maybe we may need to state more clearly so that in practice everyone can apply. Another point, the third point, is about the way to drafting the BC paragraph 16. I think the most important point is whether the information is relevant to the information needs of the stakeholder, rather than we say cost benefits first. So I think in this paragraph of BC, we should firstly state that we will look at the relevance of the information. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Liang. And I think that point that you raised, your second point around the fact that a program may have several different objectives, one of which may be climate related. I think that's probably the same point that Scott was raising, that we need to allow for that eventuality, whether that's in AG or IG. So I think particularly if we can log that as something that we'll need to address to help people in real life. Jonah, next, then Mike, then Angela.
Yeah. And I think mine is a small point. One, the distinction between external and internal policies are very clear to me. But where it exists in an entity, that means that entity, its core mandate relates to that external policy execution. And so in terms of prominence in the way we position that information for external policies, I think that should come first. And then after that, we do the internal policies. But when I've seen the drafting, you find that it's the internal policies which come first. And then, so that positioning and prominence in the external policies should come out. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonah. And I mean, I think maybe just, if we can just play this in, I thought Patricia's descriptors would be quite helpful to us if we talk about public policy programs instead of policy activities. And then the suggestion was that we use the term institutional policies. you know, for things like internal procurement policies and so on. Maybe if I could just get reactions as we carry on round as to whether, you know, because I think it's a classic example of where, in a sense, people can kind of get behind a concept, but actually the labels are not helping us that we've got at the moment. And if we can get the labels right, then maybe the drafting will follow, and so on. So if I can go to Mike next, then Angela, then Lucy.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you, Celine, for incorporating lots of comments from the checking meeting. This is very, very helpful and shaped the draft. However, to be honest, I'm just still struggling with that limitation to climate-related policies. I don't want to repeat it extensively now, but it is a fact that within the public space, there are so many information already available on climate, on the climate relation of other policies. You know, governments doing SDG checks. Within Germany's discussion on the climate check. So to go for all legislation into detail, what is the climate impact, positive and negatively? So I don't know, under the heading of our project, climate-related disclosures, I don't know if the expectation would be a little bit higher. Don't know. However, I think it was brought by Liang as well. If you run through the text, you see that at many different sections, even in the later part, you see sections on that non-climate related policies. And there's a question how this fits together. So to be very transparent on that, and also due to the fact that we didn't decide within our consultation phase of the CP, I would suggest that we clearly in the scope section of the draft and the core text that we exclude that non-explicitly climate policies from the scope of the draft, and that we definitely put an SMC on that, because I think it's a very, very important issue. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I mean, I think we are going to have to start to think about the SMC question, and as you say, clearly that, you know, and it obviously from an expectation management point of view, that being clear about the scope will help. But as you say, I think we need to think about the SMCs that we you know, that we ask, and start to, you know, collect those. And I think I was talking to Ross about this beforehand. The likelihood is we're going to have a lot of SMCs on this, but that doesn't mean it's not right. And I think that clearly is going to be one of them. It has to be. Okay, Angela next, and then Lucy.
Thanks, Ian. Gee, this is quite hard. And I guess where I am, I think I'm in a different place now from maybe the current drafting. I very much supported the intent of differentiating between policy activities and own operations to see if this would work for the public sector. However, in practice, supported by constituents in our jurisdiction conversations before the meeting, but I think also confirmed by CAG members, that I think these definitions in drafting are still very unclear and very binary, very black and white now. And one of the things that comes up in our jurisdiction is sometimes policy advice is the whole operation of an entity, or a large portion of a function of an entity. So I've been really reflecting on the complexity and the different definitions of policy, and then we mentioned institutional policy, and I thought, oh Lord, what does that mean? And so I think we need to step back and take a more flexible approach in respect of S2. And what I want to make in my mind, and I look at paragraph 10 of Agenda 6.2.2 on the discussion between policy activities versus climate-related activities. I think, in my mind, I see a huge difference in S2 between specific individual policies, of which I agree, there are hundreds, if not thousands, and the policy function, the function of setting policy. So in some ways, I think we should be going back to a more simple S2. And I'm going to use the word business model for now, but it could be like entity functions or something like that. But I think it's going to be really important in a simplified S2 to say public sector entities, and these are reporting entities, are expected to apply the standard, and there's a whole spectrum of them. From one end, entities that are primarily policy advice, right through to entities that are wholly service delivery. So I think getting back to a simplified S2 for all entities, regardless of your functions or your business model, if we're going to use the S2 term, and therefore getting into this kind of binary policy activities versus own operations can be avoided if we have a more flexible reporting entity focus. The sort of second part of this is, I guess, the real public, in my view, in a way, the real public sector difference here. And given stakeholders' demands about understanding climate-related policy, are they working? Are the climate-related policy outcome aspects of the drafting? I really believe we need to separate them in a separate section, or potentially even a separate document, but for now in a separate section, because I think separating these would make it simpler and clearer for jurisdictions to take a targeted approach to climate-related policy. And I'm reflecting with the CAG discussion and discussions in our jurisdiction, I think that climate-related policy reporting is better at either a program level or a higher level of government, and not necessarily a single reporting entity. And I think by doing that, it would also overlap, or it's closer to some of the existing reporting under sort of, say, Paris. But S2, on the other hand, it's inherently focused on an entity's function and encouraging them to ensure they continue to be effective in their delivery in the face of climate risk. So I feel, especially after the CAG conversation, I feel we really need to separate and simplify is probably the summary.
Thanks, Angela. I mean, I think in this we are where we are, and I think there's no doubt that people see a difference between, and let's call them public policy programs, and wherever you draw a line in standard setting, there is always a problem. And so I don't think it helps putting these in separate documents. I think, there are grey areas in government, because your point about ministries do provide policy advice, we know that. Some have a mixture of policy and operations, some are pure policy, some give grants. And so I think what we have to do is give guidance which will help people, and then we have to recognize that we won't get it entirely right, and they will need to give us feedback both on the draft document but as we implement. And so I think what we have got through all the discussions, both in the board but also with the SRG and with the climate topping working group, is that there is this public policy program thing which is specific, which is a public sector issue, and it doesn't necessarily fit with the private sector notion of governance, because very often these are cross-government programs. They will have a different program management group or whatever. So what we have to do is actually provide people with help on, if you've got this, how do you actually deal with it? But recognizing that those organizations that are the lead agency for this will also have their own operations. So I think separating into two documents is not going to help people on this one. And I think, clearly we are going to have to ask for feedback on it. But the important thing is going to be that we get out there and that we actually provide a view on this. Now, if people decide that there is a different approach to this and they can argue on that, that's fine. But we need to get out there. And I think certainly, there is a need to provide additional implementation guidance that says, if I'm providing policy advice as part of my own operations, what do I do? Where am I? And that's perfectly possible that we can do that. But at this stage, I don't think it's worthwhile actually walking back on everything that we've actually done already. And I think we've had some helpful discussion from board members, in terms of, let's be clear about what we see as these programs. And there is this public policy function, which is important to government, but that is different. The programs are different to the inherent, just advising that goes on in a department. And I think, because there's a lack of clarity in that, that doesn't justify actually walking all of this back and going, actually, we need a separate standard on this. What it means is we need to provide the advice. And that's where the greenhouse gas protocol is helpful, gives you examples of what policy programs actually are. And if we talk about policy programs, that is different to actually just providing day-to-day advice. So, I do think at this stage we need to refine based on the comments that members are making, rather than walking the whole thing back. I'll take Ross and then I'll go back to you, Angela. But I do think this is a fork in the road, and I don't think at this stage it is actually right that we walk the whole thing back. Ross.
Yeah, I think found your points very helpful, Angela, and how we might need to sharpen the drafting. I'm not sure the fix will come by splitting it, though. And I think back to previous projects where we've had interrelated documents where we've split them and then put them back together. So revenue is the one that comes up to me, where we had a vigorous debate throughout whether that should be two standards or one. Then we went out and talked to constituents, and I think they found the point we need to clarify on is what was the distinguishing factor between the two, and then a strong push that we actually put into one document. So I think if we can sharpen up the arguments between the two concepts and ask the question, we may end up somewhere different after we consult. But I think the split itself isn't going to fix the problem. I think it's getting the concepts a little better formed based on some of the arguments today will be what helps us when we go to consult.
Thanks, Ross. Angela, brief response, and then I want to make sure that I get comments in from others.
Yes, thank you for that. That was helpful. I wasn't suggesting walking it back, and I take your point about a separate document, and revenue came to my mind too, Ross, immediately. But I suppose if and understand that's probably not appropriate, and especially on the revenue experience, we know that. But I do actually think it would help constituents. I think it would help with drafting if they were like the revenue and separate sections within the one standard, because I think for my view, the S2 is very much reporting entity functions, how they do business, whereas the climate-related policy, in my view, is how effective are your climate-related policies. And a lot of people have already talked around that. Often those objectives come from higher level of government and are delivered across agencies, private and public sector. So that's all I'm suggesting is, so if we can take off the table a separate standard, I didn't really think we could go there at this stage. It's not actually walking back the material. The material's all in the ED, but there is a lot of confusion jumping between policy activities and own operations constantly in the drafting. And I think it would just help to separate the ideas, because S2 is about these reporting entities, whereas the climate outcome requirements is not covered by S2. It's separate. It's important, but it's separate. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that you weren't confused. Well, I hadn't overplayed the walking things back. In fact, I think this is about simplifying the drafting, really.
Okay, thanks, Angela. I mean, you know, at this stage, I think really what we need to do is actually get the guidance out there and get reactions to it, rather than worry about exactly how where the material's placed in the document. But I will take further comments from members, and we'll just carry on round on this. But it's helpful. Thanks for the clarification that you weren't requiring two documents. It's about placement of guidance. Okay, Lizzie, and then I think it was probably Abdullah, Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I think my comment is related to what Patricia and Mari had said, that internal policies of entities for their own operations are sometimes influenced by the external policies. They from a bigger external policy, the entity would now come up with its own policies that are aligned or in compliance with the external policies of regulators. So I think we just have to differentiate that when it comes to entity level, even if they initiate their own policies which are different from the external policies, or their complements the external policies, we regard the result of their implementation of those policies as outputs. We call them as outputs, but when we look at external policies or of regulators, I think they are more concerned about the outcomes of those programs, public programs on climate. So I think we just have to provide some guidelines where the operations or the outputs of the entities they have to report would be really are related, or they are result of um the policies that were drawn by the specific entities that are related to an external policies, because we cannot when an entity, if the entity is not a regulator or a policy setting body, really this is the entity is obliged to comply with the policies that are set by regulators, and so their operations are influenced by the regulators' own policies. So I think we just have to because when we look at the internal policies that are related to bigger to external policies, they have their own risks and opportunities, which may be the same as the risks and opportunities when we look at uh, uh, the regulators' policies. So we just have to make some maybe provide guidelines that even if these are own internal policies of entities, we cannot really differentiate them from the external policies, but they are related, or they are in compliance with the policies set by regulators, or those entities that are mandated for directly mandated for climate related. For instance, when of course the climate related or programs on climate, these are spelled out in medium-term plans, for instance, and the entities operations or even the yearly entities operations are geared towards the implementation of those programs that are set by a higher level of government. So I think that should because in the end, when we look at the whole of government approach, a particular climate program, these are consolidations of the outputs or the implementation by the individual entities that are supposed to implement those policies. So in this case, I think it's really it's difficult to differentiate the own operations from the um, own operations from the policies, from the external policies that are set by regulators, but they are related. They are in support of the external policies. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So I'll go to Abdullah and then Claudia and then Renee.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to get us back on the paper, I'm agreeing with the recommendation. But also I agree with the points that Patricia has raised. Policy is just, you could have policy for a dress code, you could have policy, but when you have programs, that would be more relative to the public sector, and calling it something institutionalized would be even better. But would want to clarify something about the public sector. I'm seeing it from the majority of the jurisdictions. I'm not talking now about the advanced economies where we have clear delineation between your activities and your policy making activities or the program making. In developing countries, you might have the same entity that is making the policies, the one that is responsible for the activities related with it. So we might need to put something in there, even if you are responsible for making the activities, you might be having the two where you report into. The third comment that I want to make, I don't want to distract ourselves to nail it out where we're saying we will capture everything that is related to climate, only climate, because we are in the early stages. And guess what? Everything you would do, you can find a way, implicit way that you can relate it to climate. So we need to be careful in there. So let's proceed with it, and probably we will find a way. We'll find ourselves later saying, let's go back and refine the terms and definitions that we are having. But I'm happy with where we have in this paper in particular. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So Claudia, Renee, and then I'll go to Andrew before back to Scott in terms of first round of comments. Claudia.
Thank you. I would add another view on what we haven't touched so far. It goes a little bit what Scott said of the definition and what we really mean. The draft is that we reduce the scope of reporting entities' policy activity limited to those policies that are explicitly designed to address climate. I'm not sure if you mean only positive or negative impacts, because we have subsidies, only harmful subsidies, maybe for power plants using gas instead of solar panels. So we should be clear what we mean by designed to address climate, if it's only positive or also negative impacts are relevant.
Thanks, Claudia. Renee, then Andrew, and then Yakuba.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just want to come in, having listened to a lot of great comments. I am supportive of scoping this around climate specific policies. However, I understand that there's a lot of gray area, that policies can cut across different topics. I think we need to acknowledge that. I think the drafting would benefit acknowledging that. And I liked Angela's idea about articulating the spectrum of scenarios as well. providing that flexible approach and moving away from the binary. Like I think the drafting could also benefit from at the beginning setting the stage more on a spectrum. And an entity can be at one end or the other end of the spectrum, but maybe an entity is also somewhere in the middle in terms of how its decisions, its policies are affecting either itself internally or both external stakeholders. So maybe there's gray there, and I think maybe there's also gray in terms of is the policy only on climate, or is another policy meant to address another topic having impact on climate? And I think we need to acknowledge that there is going to be significant judgment involved in an entity deciding where to stop. So we can't reach perfection here, and I think we just need to acknowledge that there may be circumstances in that middle space, that gray space, where there is going to be judgment, and it's not going to be obvious, but it's what's material and significant to the entity and its stakeholders. So if that's the lens that the entity uses to identify what is material and relevant to disclose, then it doesn't really matter if it's an internal or external. It matters to the stakeholders what I'm doing, and whether I'm on the left side or right side of the spectrum, I'm doing something significant, important, that will have impact, and I'm going to disclose this. So try not to over engineer our thinking here. So I like that Angela's idea about the spectrum and a flexible approach in explaining it. I also like Patricia's point about the fact that there's different mechanisms to implement policy, right? So again, that's the gray area. Irrespective of what mechanism I use, if I'm trying to have an impact with a policy, there may be different actions I take in order to achieve impact, and that's okay. It's complex. Government policies are complex, and it's okay to be in that difficult space and how to articulate it. Again, judgment is required. What's relevant, what's material. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. So I just want to complete the first round of comments. So I'll go to Andrew and then Yakuba.
Thanks. I agree with what Renee said around materiality, and I guess I've always got to, particularly I think in these standards, take that step back and that context, that materiality lens, I think is something that is really important to always keep in the back of the mind. The one thing just around the debate around public policy, internal policy, how do we define policy, all of this, we do have guidance in RPG 3 around outputs. And I wondered whether that wouldn't be, it is guidance that's out there, it's been through our due process. Should we not take the guidance we've got on outputs, specify that these are then related to climate-related outputs, because it includes the various different activities or way that these policies potentially could be drafted or implemented, etc., and rather try and reference to that existing guidance that we've got.
Thanks, Andrew. I'll go to Yakuba and then I'll bring Ross in.
Yeah. Thank you, Ian. I'm supportive of the recommendation. Cognizant that it is a kind of binary approach, I still believe that we need that. So, because if you look at the way we are doing the standard setting, the other aspect of the standards, the metrics, etc., if we are taking into account all the gray zones, I believe it will be tricky to achieve our goals. So to me, it is better to delineate everything. And then if there are room for gray zone, now we can maybe push that into ages. So we can address the all spectrum of specificities. Because if we are trying to do all the spectrum right now, I do believe it will be difficult to come out with the standard, a clear standard.
Thanks, Yakuba. Ross.
I think thanks to all members for a really good debate. I think it's got the wheels turning and thinking about how to clarify and make things more clear. And I guess the question I'm having, just want to make sure I'm thinking about it the right way, if members see it the same, is in helping to make it clear are we talking, we got to clarify the principles for policy activities and on operations, as we call it today, with new labels. But are we thinking that we'd want to direct an entity to identify from a materiality lens whether their impact on climate is bigger from its own operations or policy activities, and use one part of the standard rather than this idea that they might apply both? I think that could be helpful if that's where members are going. And I think about a practical situation I had in my past as an auditor, where I audited a big power utility of one of the provinces here in Canada. And that utility was a huge emitter, and from my view, would definitely use own operations. But it had a lot of policy impacts, but those were dictated by the regulatory body that regulated the entity in the province. And that regulatory body was a small board that reviewed its ability to set rates, its policies to save on electricity. So they had a policy in place then that wasn't related to carbon specifically. It was to get people to stop using electricity by paying people to put smart meters in their home that the utility commission could use to adjust people's temperatures to lower the base load of power. I think if they did it today, they'd have a climate lens to that. When I think about the standard we're drafting, it would be clear to me that the utility itself would use own operations. They wouldn't need to worry about our policy setter perspective. That's not their role. But the utility itself could completely use our policy activities part of the standard, and their own operations would be completely immaterial compared to this big energy producer. And maybe there are some times when people might have both, but maybe it'd be more like a presumption that you would choose which part of the standard you're in, and you would apply that lens for simplicity for your reporting. Again, I don't know if that helps, but it helped me in my thinking. I'm not sure it's fully thought through because it's coming up as we're talking it through, but I just thought I'd ask the question to see if I'm capturing what's the way the board's thinking about it.
Thanks, Ross. Lynn, you haven't contributed yet.
Thanks. I was really keen to understand people's views, and I wanted to thank board members for firstly getting my thinking sort of honed in a bit. What I consistently heard, starting with Patricia and other board members, is that people are struggling with internal versus external. And I guess my couple of observations is there could be a risk of us trying to solve that by adding a lot of words, and that might not always help us. Sometimes less is more. So that was my first observation. My second, and it's really, started with Patricia's really helpful analysis, and others followed on this, is, when is a body a policy taker versus a policy maker? And I think that's what we're often talking about, but we're calling it an internal versus external distinction. And I was really struck as well by the comments around where your governance is very different when you are making policy versus your governance when you are receiving policy that you must then implement. And so I wondered if it is helpful to try and think, perhaps in what Angela and others were saying about trying to be, perhaps in some ways, slightly more simplistic. There are overlaps and grey areas, but the principles will be different if you are the person making the policy versus the principles you apply when you are taking and implementing policy. So coming back to sort of the recommendations in the paper, I'm broadly supportive of what we're trying to do. I don't think we've got entirely our definitions right, and even on climate related policy activities, when I look at that definition, it talks about policies aimed at addressing climate, but is it climate risk, climate opportunity in a positive way or a negative way? So I do think we need to tighten up in some areas on definitions, but also take that sort of step back about maybe we need to think about when am I making policy? When am I taking policy? And maybe that is helpful or not.
Thank you, Lynn. So I think what I'm going to do is just summarise, and I think actually you summarised pretty well that this difference between policy making, and being a policy taker, i.e., you're actually implementing policy that's been set elsewhere. And I think that is the sort of fundamental. It's the sovereign power issue that is really in play here. And I think it's right that, you've got these two competing things. So there's the point that Renee made, which is, about the grayness here, because some organizations are essentially policy makers. It's a relatively small commission, as in Ross's example, but it is influencing operational activities, maybe not, maybe just in the public sector, maybe in the private sector, maybe in the household sector, and so on. And I think it's that policy making that we do need to address, and ultimately governments being accountable for the power that exerts across the economy as a whole. And so, but some bodies do both. And so there is a greyness here. And then you have a tension with the point that Mike made, which is actually, we need to help people around climate because we don't have an S1 equivalent at the moment. And so, we've heard some policies might be directed at climate change, influencing that as well as other things. And so clearly in helping people with guidance, we have to acknowledge that programs may have several different objectives. We need to acknowledge the fact that, if you're talking about government departments, inherently there is an advisory function, but that is different to the actual policy making. So there is a clarity required in guidance, but equally then, and I think the structural point has come up, and this was to Angela's point. I think Andrew has also made this earlier in terms of, if we're going to help people with the guidance, how do we lay this out in a way that actually helps them, most recognizing that, if you like, the governance over policy programs, the policy making actually is very often different to the governance around the operation of the institution. And so I think there is something here in terms of, and this probably goes to the point about RPG3, actually maybe it might help if we actually said, right, okay, here is the own operations part of the guidance. Policy is here in a separate, there's a geography thing here, because both have governance, both have strategy, both have manage the risks and the opportunities in terms of delivery of the programs, and both have metrics. So it's a kind of where do you put it? And so I think there's no doubt that there is I think we all understand, however we describe it, this public policy programs, those are things that make change, and are designed to make change, and there is a need to be accountable for those. So to Lynn's point, I think we do need to sharpen up the drafting. Maybe we do try calling them, policy programs, in that area, because there is a responsibility for a range of activities there, whether it's taxation, whether it's regulation, whether it's actually spending money, but all of those are designed to make change, and there's a need to be accountable for, is it delivering the change that's required or is expected? And that's then different to the own operations So I think, there is the question about positioning of guidance. Maybe that's something that needs a bit further thought in terms of if we went down the route of actually specifically saying, here is the part of the document that essentially is S2 aligned. If we group it together, does that help people then to apply RPG3 more explicitly? And I can see the arguments that are being made as far as that's concerned. So that might be something that needs to be taken away, and then we work on the discussion as we go forward. Clearly, I see the labels are not helping us, so therefore we do need to change the labels. And I think Patricia's labels are helpful in that. We do need implementation guidance, which helps with programs that actually, public policy programs that have several different objectives. We need to help people understand where they look for the guidance. Equally, policy, which is just part of own operations, we need some IG there that helps people see that. And to Mike's point, I think we do need to make sure that the scope is clear up front to help people. Yes, this is great, but actually I'm not necessarily doing everything here. I'm actually reporting on these types of activities in order to make it manageable, but also to make it intelligible for those that are going to use these documents from an accountability point of view. So I think that's probably where we get to so far. Celine, I'll allow you in, and then I'll go back to Scott and Patricia.
Thanks, Ian. That's a good summary. I think that it's a clear sticking point, and it comes up again and again, that this own operations and policy activities, whether it's terminology or it maybe, I think to Angela's point, it is very difficult to apply. Every discussion that we have with every group that we've had this with have similar challenges and questions. And so I think we started out with the idea of policy setter and policy implementer. Those were the terms that we first used, and then we moved to, okay, its own operations to policy activities. And so even as we change the terminology, we still have similar difficulty in actually applying it. I think it's something we'll take away to think about. Certainly, if we could simplify it, like on the spectrum. Ross, I know it was you just thinking off the cuff, but I think my reaction to I think own operations, the idea of all of the S2 risks and opportunities, that would be applicable for every entity, though it may be less material or less, users will care a lot less, for what's happening to your small board, if you have significant climate risk, but that should apply to everyone. And so maybe taking away that label and really focusing on, okay, public policy outcomes and what's that additional disclosure that we want. Everybody you will still apply and think about your risks and opportunities to continuing the service that you provide, but what's those additional public policy outcomes and what are the disclosures that you would want to provide if you have such programs, if you have that mandate and responsibility. So I think I absolutely think we should make a document that people can pick up and use and understand. If we as a board who are standard setters find it difficult to navigate, others who are not accountants and not used to looking at standards, it's really important that they can follow, or it will just create that additional barrier to trying to pick this up.
I mean, I think at this stage we have to draw a line. We can't carry on going backwards and forwards on this. I think we do have own operations. Let's go with public policy programs, because I think if you look at the greenhouse gas protocol on policy activities, that shows that there can be a range of interventions which can be regulation. It can be taxes. It can be, spending money to influence behaviour across the rest of the economy, and that includes the idea about policymaker, but it also is wider than that, because sometimes you don't do more than actually impose a regulation, but equally, so I think we are where we are on this. I think we need to test this idea. So I think we can refine the drafting. If we go with the idea of public policy programs that grounds it in sovereign powers, I think it's helpful then in terms of thinking about programs. That takes us into thinking about RPG3. And I think ultimately we have to try this thinking out on people. And I don't think we can keep this one moving, in terms of we can't just suddenly mix all of this back in, because this is a key differentiator. It's been a key differentiator all the way through. That said, I think the point that you made about the incremental nature of this, in terms of are there additional responsibilities, and going back to the point that we've already had all the way through, and this was in the consultation about the additional responsibilities that go with the exercise of sovereign powers here. And so therefore, actually, it may help us in terms of actually being clear about the incremental, what goes with that incrementally in terms of accountability. And I think that's where we just need to put the bit that I would put on the let's just have a think about the implications of this is the location of the guidance, in terms of just what are the implications of placement as it is in the document, so that we do everything associated with governance on own operations and then policy, versus actually let's put public policy program guidance separately. So I think that's the point that we can actually reflect on. But I think we do have this fundamental difference, and at this stage, I would say let us go with that. Let us refine, because I think we've had a lot of support for that split, both in this discussion but also elsewhere, and recognise for some people it's not important. Other people it may be. So we need to get the idea about the grey here. But if you've got this, this is how you do it. And then we do need to provide IGs, which actually help you if you've got multiple objectives. If you've got policy activities, policy advice you provide as part of your own operations. Okay, let's be clear about that. So I think, if members are okay, essentially we work with that split. We provide some additional refinement on that. Now, with that summary of where we go, I will take a couple more comments. I know Scott and Patricia, you wanted to come in again.
Thank you, Ian. I'm kind of building your comment, Celine's and Len's comment about making it simple. Let me just. I think we need to step back a little bit, figure out how we got here. Okay, we got here because we started with S2, and we looked at S2 and said, "Would S2 cover all the needs of public sector?" And we decided not. We decided there were some additional things. So I think about the public policy is what do we want in addition to what they would pick up anyway. Okay, so that's how we got here, but we didn't want to go all the way to impact. Remember, one time we talked about we understand we didn't want to go all the way out as far as impact. We didn't think that was important, but there is some outreach that the public sector entity has that's probably beyond their own operations, and that's what this was about. So this is my proposal for going forward, which I think you were getting to, is that we're trying to define two very difficult things. So why don't we just define one? You define one, the other one default. And a lot of the gray areas I heard around the table, which I think would naturally fall down in operations personally. But if we spent the time to define clearly what we meant by public policy, because that is the additional things we're trying to get, then everything else will fall down into S2M. And all we care about is in total it gets reported. I personally don't care what buckets it in, as long as it gets reported. So what we're trying to do is get the additional stuff, not the stuff they'd pick up anyway. So that would be the way forward, I would suggest. So let's focus on trying to get the definition of the public policy, and by default, everything else will end up down in own operations.
Thanks, Scott. Patricia.
So two comments. The first one, when I consider the own operations, I consider different areas that the public sector entity perform activities and consider the impact of this unit, the entity, in some indicators, the indicators that you discussed today. But then I think it's important to, because the results can be positive or negative. And then I think review or to demonstrate the how entity performance its activities and the contribution or not with the to have a better climate, I think. But when I said about the policies, public policies, entity, there are different spectrum of the responsibilities, and the entity you talk about their responsibilities. Maybe sometimes it's set, and sometimes implement, sometimes it's responsible for outcomes, sometimes it's responsible for outputs, not outcomes, and it depends on their responsibilities. I think it's important to make clear that own operations is regardless of the area that the entities operates. But when I say about the policies, if I have responsibilities in relation to the climate change or environmental area, and then I need to indicate because the policymaker needs to think about the other areas and need to explain. For example, I decide not to achieve some change in the indicator because of other areas, because social can be there is trade-off in between climate and social areas. But I think it's a different it's because of this I think it's not in this moment it's not a good idea, or it's a very complex to integrate two dimensions, but lead to deal with different information. And in my opinion, it's a different place of the standard too. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So go to Noyati.
Thank you, Chairman. Actually, I supportive about this moving forward, and I agree with what Scott said that that's why we need our own standard, because there is a uniqueness in public sector that actually we have to highlight more on that compared to the own operation, because S1 is already there for us to adapt and just make a little change about that. But the policy side, what is the accountability and responsibility of the policymaker, and what is the impact and the risk of the policy taken? So I think that's we have to tackle about that then, and yeah, I support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Noyati. So I think just summarising where we got to on this discussion, I think back to Scott's point about how do we get into all of this, I think it is this: what is the incremental thing for which there does need to be public accountability, and really that does come back to sovereign powers, and so let's go with public policy programs as the differentiator, recognizing, and we need to work out where we pull out that list of things that could fall into there, but it's essentially where you are exercising that power. And I think you already tried to do this in the definition of policy activities. Clearly we've not got there yet, so we need to actually sort of see how much further we can go in clarifying. Clearly we're going to need some IG which helps you understand where you are in terms of but back to your point, Scott, then everything else defaults to own operations, which is where you would apply S2. In terms of then, we need to acknowledge the greyness, equally the clarity about this is about climate related reporting, not things more broadly. We've decided on using outcomes so that it's direct rather than indirect. That does take us down the route of actually then helping people with the bridges into RPG3, where we have already added guidance. I think we do need to have a look at this guidance placement question. And I think that's probably something where I'd suggest that we we put that one on hold till there's a task discussion coming up on Thursday afternoon. I think we report back to the board on the proposed way forward on that on Friday, so that we know, are we going with guidance, all guidance on governance, or just guidance on governance in one place? So in relation to own operations versus here we are in public policy program area, that may help with thinking then about the incremental nature of what's being required and clarify why. But I think we just need to reflect on that. And yeah, I think that's been helpful in terms of surfacing those concerns. But I think at this stage we do have to say, right, okay, we are going with that differentiator in the way that Scott has articulated, and that will help us then in the way that we go out with questions and the consultation in terms of, if it falls into this bucket, then here's the additional guidance. If it's not, then essentially it's applying S2 in the public sector context. With that, I suggest that we take a break and that we come back at 11 o'clock Toronto time, and we will move on to the next topic at that stage. Okay, thanks everyone. Right, okay. So tanked up on food and caffeine. Let's move on then to the next item.
Thanks, Ian. So the next item are other instructions from the May check-in. So I think in the paper I highlighted a few ones, but in this session we can walk through each of them. Some of them are quite straightforward, but just to walk through them with everyone to make sure that we're in agreement on those. So first one was on the objective and scope, and where we talk about long-term fiscal sustainability. So the instruction from the May check-in was to make it really clear up front that we intend that long-term fiscal sustainability includes service delivery. And so that's an important component, not just fiscal or financial sustainability, but it includes that operational sustainability and service delivery. So that's added into paragraph 2 up front. So I think we'll pause at each just to take any comments, or else I'll move ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Celine. And I think we already have the instruction that we're going to have to, again, have another look at the clarity in terms of the drafting, coming from Mike's intervention. Any other points anybody wants to make on that? Patricia, you want to come in?
think it's not not disagree with this, but in terms of articulation in the draft, I think it's important to mention the elements of the sustainability, fiscal sustainability, long-term fiscal sustainability, because this term can be calculated based on accrual or no accrual, depends on the level of the implementation, IPSAS implementation. But I can send my specific comments after. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And I think there is a general point there about the cross-linking. If we're referencing RPG1, how do we bring that in, recognizing also that that's non-mandatory rather than mandatory and so on. So there's a bit more thinking still on that. So thanks, Patricia. Jonah.
Yes, on paragraph 2, I don't know whether we can make it a bit sharper so that we can have the constituents thinking about climate. I know we have a definition of international agreements. I don't know whether we can bring it up so that it's clear. People are not all over the place looking at the climate agendas, but they're focusing on a particular, Thank you.
Yeah, we need to be a bit careful on that because of the whole point about international agreements. Not all countries have signed up to it, even although they may have climate-related policies. So I think actually that may not be something that we can do there, because I think that would cause, if you like, problems with that. So we'll maybe have another think about it, but I do think we have to not exclude people who aren't signatories to international agreements. That's the challenge we've got. Okay, so let us go then. I'm not seeing any other flags up. Trisha, you still okay? Abdullah.
Just this, I build on the previous argument or a previous comment. If we can build on the international agreement, if we can explain something that if anybody's signed into international agreement, it's not in the core text, it's not the authoritative text, but something that can be within non-authoritative part of the standard.
I think we need to take that away. I just am very conscious of the balance we're trying to strike here. And I think if we focus on these are climate related rather than international agreements, then that doesn't exclude any applications. So, again, that's if people have specific suggestions, please provide those to Celine. Okay. So if I can then move on to definitions.
So on definitions, the one that's was specifically instructed on was outputs, to make it clear outputs include policy activities. So we thought about whether we change the definition of outputs, and given it's aligned with RPG3, we shied away from making a direct edit to the definition, but have clarified that in the BCs that outputs would include policy activities, and that really relates back to the, the definition that we have for outputs, which feeds into the definition of outcomes, and conscious of how we'll change the definitions for public policy programs as well. So just on outputs specifically, though, any comments on that? Further clarification needed, or
Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're okay. So then we move on to governance.
So this next instruction, we're related to most of the sections, to governance, strategy, risk management, and where we stay in upfront in the objective of that section is to provide climate-related financial disclosures. The ISSB uses climate-related financial disclosures. And so the instruction was to remove financial from that objective statement at the beginning of each section, as our disclosures and our scope, what we're thinking is beyond just financial information. And so I've removed that financial from paragraph 7, 11, and 28.
I'm lost because I don't see this. Sorry. Yeah, it's the paper 62.3.
Paragraph 7, you'll so say paragraph 7, page 12. The first sentence, the objective of climate related strike through financial disclosures on governments. So
Andrew.
Thanks. I don't have a concern with the removal of financial. I think the reason is that if you have a look at who the users of these reports are, they're potentially, well, we've defined them the same as what the IPSAS standards are. There we talk about financial information. If you have a look at the S2 guidance, the materiality lens that's applied to that as well also comes from a financial impact of those. I think I can get my head around, and we haven't necessarily nailed the drafting yet on the policy related or policy programs. But I think when it comes to own operations, that financial lens is part of that materiality assessment or lens we put over it. So I think it's appropriate to keep financial at least in the S2 aligned parts of this, if not for the policy part.
I mean, just following through on that, Andrew, I mean, I think, if you apply RPG1, then you are looking ultimately, you're using non-financial information to then make an assessment of what the financial impacts of that are in terms of your forward projections. So I'm wondering whether, based on, if you, and we might need to be more explicit that that's what RPG1 does, therefore whether actually what we're saying is actually financial should be back in for everything here. And I don't know what, so I'm just sort of following the logic from what you said, because I think it doesn't help people to make a differentiation necessarily unless we really do see a differentiator. So it's not saying, I think that's where we were trying to strike that balance, because obviously the non-financial information will come into the assessment of long-term financial sustainability, but all of that comes back to actually, what's the impact of the government programs, not only in terms of what are they delivering by way of outcomes, but also how is that being funded ultimately? And that comes back to taxpayers' money or borrowing. So from that point of view, I mean, you know, it's a fine line, isn't it, in terms of the overall objective will be expressed in terms of the financial impacts. But then if you look at the governance point here, actually, is it right to take financial out? Question. We kind of need to go one way or the other, I think. And I guess the question is actually maybe we take it out, but you know, we explain what we're trying to do. I don't know, because I could see that IPSASB has obviously all the way through thought about capital markets, and they've tied it very definitely into that. But is that the right thing? Celine, Lynn? I mean, I don't want to provoke a big debate on this, but I just think we need to be quite clear about what we're trying to do here.
Yeah.
Lynn, then Mike.
So I don't think this will, maybe it will provoke a big debate, but one thing we have left in that almost brings financial back in is that we consistently talk about users of general purpose financial reports throughout the whole standard. I think there was some comments at CAG on Monday about whether or not the users of sustainability reports are the users of the financial reports. But I think I end up comfortable that we've left it at users of general purpose financial reports. And so I think once you put that user lens on it, I think it's okay to drop financial here, but you are thinking entirely about the right content through that user lens. So I think I am supportive of removing it because of that, but I am conscious that other people may have a different view about how we've left users of general purpose financial reports as a thread throughout the whole document.
Okay, thanks then, Mike.
So it was a comment from us in the check-in meeting. So the reason why I commented this was that we have that in fact that broader lens, and so that was the reason why it's appropriate to leave financial out there. And I'm still of the opinion that it does not really fit to our objective to leave it in. So I vote for leaving it out.
Liang, and then I think I'll wrap up on this.
I do not want to have a big debate about financial or non-financial, but to me, maybe it is straightforward, because even from the language purpose, when we look at these three paragraphs, actually each paragraph we say climate-related disclosure, then we say to enable primary users of general purpose financial reports. So I think if we put financial in the whole sentence, so maybe it's too long. So even from language purpose, maybe I think we can remove financial. This is my simple thinking about this.
Okay, so with that, then we go with the deletion then. Okay. Let's move on then to strategy.
Thank you. So strategy, we had an instruction to look at the thresholds for policy setters, let's say, for public policy programs versus, own operations, which may be policy takers or implementers who are maybe smaller. And specifically, this came up in the strategy section about disclosures on quantitative information on current and anticipated effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on the entity's operations. And so the comment, I think, came from the thinking that a policy setter would generally be expected, should maybe held to a higher threshold, as they have a greater mandate responsibility and should be perhaps held to provide that information, to provide quantitative information, because Otherwise, there are reliefs where it may be difficult to provide that information. And so what staff did is we updated that paragraph 25, which relates to policy activities and current anticipated effects for policy activities and policy setters, to remove references to those lower thresholds and those reliefs being applicable for policy setters. So I guess the feedback, if we agree that we should have a higher threshold, and if the drafting edits are appropriate, reflect that appropriately.
Yeah.
I'm quite struggling about this because I think those paragraph reference delete is just to give entities some relief that under certain circumstances, maybe you can do not provide the quantitative information. I think maybe in practice, actually, in certain circumstances, that entity is it is very hard for entity to provide such quantitative information related to policy activities. So from my point of view, I would suggest to keep this relief. Thank you.
I mean, some of this may come into transition as well. Patricia?
In relation to paragraph 25, not only paragraph 25, but in relation to the requirements about the policy activity, I think you need to work more there, because the nature of the activities is different. And then for example, in paragraph 25A, the requirements about financial position, financial performance, and cash flows. But the financial position, financial performance, and cash flows is for reporting entity. And I will report about the policies, not about the entity. Then it's not coherent here. I think there are other, I need to think more about what is in S2 that I can use for when I think about the policies, and what I need to add, to remove and to add. For example, in terms of variables, fiscal sustainability variables, I think it's not demand information about the policies. But for example, how to found the policy, it is important. I think it's there are some information here it's not important, considering S2 as a reference, but it is very hard for the prepare. Okay, then to connect with S2. I think this is our responsibility as a board. It's not only for 25, but all paragraphs related to policy activities normally make reference to the S2, but I think you need more to be more critical. It is my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So I think this is coming back to that overall direction, which is actually the key decision is actually, do I have a public policy program or not? And if I do have a public policy program, then we need to think more clearly. And I can understand the point you've made there in terms of actually, are all the cross references right? And certainly I'd paused over that thought. And I think it's helpful then to think, okay, if we are thinking about a program, it's the funding for that program or the financial impact of that program. How do we think about that? So it isn't the same. It isn't exactly the same as S2. Now, I mean, going back then to this point, I think then the question is actually, is it right to remove that that threshold or whatever. Your point is there's a prior point, which is actually, is that even relevant? If it is relevant, then if we decide to take it away, I think we probably need to actually ask a matter for comment on that, because, anyway, I will take Angela next.
Thanks, Ian. Reflecting on paragraph 22, I just wanted to raise the concept of anticipated financial effects, and part B, implement the policies disclosed, whether these activities are currently funded or not. I think it's raising some questions in here about clarity about actual climate-related policies that have been implemented and reporting against them, and future or anticipated policy. And I think it's sort of back to that RPG3, the long-term fiscal sustainability. It's generally on the current policy settings and the fiscal impacts of those, which then usually leads to a debate in the public arena as to whether they are the appropriate mix of policies. So I just wondered whether we could, I have assumed it's your actual climate policies that you've implemented. It's not the new government's policies or another policy that may or may not come in. And I just wonder if we could be a little bit clearer in the drafting on that.
Thanks, Angela. Yeah, you're right. That's the frame of reference for RPG1, that it is current policy settings. So I think we might just reflect on whether there's some additional drafting we bring over from RPG1 that makes it clear it's not anticipated or whatever. It's actually about, with reference to the current policy, is that, funded or whatever, because that is the point. Okay, so wrapping up on this, I think there is this broader, okay, have we got the lens right for public policy programs? So we just need to go back around that. What is the appropriate set of disclosures for that? Bearing in mind it's not the focus on the reporting entity, it's actually on the program. And therefore, then you go back to, is this relief right or not? If we do take a different view on that, in terms of we continue to remove the relief, then I think we have to ask us an SMC on that. That's clear.
Yeah, thank you. I think the drafting, even for that 25A, is intended to be at the policy level. What's the effect of your policy on your financial position, performance, and cash flows? But certainly we can take it away as we sort of relocate and think about. We can clarify those, and sort of a default was to make the terminology consistent with S2, but we don't have to, make clear what it's really intended to say.
Yeah, I mean, there may be, because this is where the principal versus agents comes in. And similarly, if you take an analogy perhaps with reporting on tax revenues, there may well be a differentiation in between actually accounting for the tax revenues collected by an agency. So there may be a trust statement type thing. So I think we just need to think about, actually, are you requiring the activities, the public policy program activities, to be reported as part of the entity's own reports, or are you requiring a separate accountability document? And I think we might need to allow for both of those approaches. Okay. Move us on then.
A few more instructions. So on strategy, there was an instruction to review the guidance for scenario analysis, particularly for smaller entities, and thinking about the requirements, what's required, or given the burden that this can be, or how challenging it may be for smaller entities. And so I think reflecting on this, we still took the position that it would be required, but provided guidance that, and in many cases, and smaller entities may be leveraging analysis, say from a group level or higher level, and applying that in their lens, in their context, rather than necessarily doing their own from scratch. And so we've added some application guidance in Appendix B, and in the application guidance directly in the to the core text as well, and you'll see the paragraphs there. So I guess pausing for comments if that addresses the instruction or further clarifications needed, or if we think we'd take a different approach.
Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're okay with that. Oh, Renee.
Yeah, just a question of clarification. If a small entity doesn't have any, I mean, basically they would disclose that they don't have any. So, are we providing for that in our standard? That they may not have any, and how do they deal with this? Because do we expect small entities will have this? Like I'm thinking about the practicality of the standard, and looking at just S2 and going down. The way that we're doing it is we're taking S2 requirements and we're flipping them, from a policy perspective, throughout, and from a public sector perspective. But like practically speaking, like are we providing for maybe the fact that we need to be more flexible in our approach? Like I find this journey is going to be an iterative standard setting journey. And I think if we want adoption today in the early days, then I think our standard should take that into consideration. How can we make it flexible? How can we make it practical, pragmatic? And so that would be an area that I'm raising a broader point, but I'm using this area as an example here to make the point about, do we have the right lens when we're adding all of these requirements throughout?
I mean, you're bringing us back to the similar territory to where we ended up with differential reporting and navigating IPSAS, really. Because the whole point about public accountability comes in. So it's almost impossible to put in thresholds that say you don't need to do this. And I guess the point is actually, does that, this is needing advice on particular areas. So therefore, actually, what it's trying to do is say, well, you might not do that as an individual entity, but you need to access advice from elsewhere. So the question is actually, in reading that point, actually, are we allowing sufficient flexibility that says, as a public institution, you should be taking advice on this, but that could come from, that might be for a sector or whatever, rather than you individual need to provide it. And I guess that's the lens to think about it through, because all of this kind of comes from that public accountability point of view. Celine?
I think that is a broader question generally, where we're still trying to balance flexibility but create a baseline that's sort of overarching, and something we probably will consider. I think we should always consider it throughout as we what approach are we taking? We're not gold standard or a very flexible approach. But on scenario analysis specifically, I think it's an important part of your climate assessment and your climate risk assessment. And I guess what we're we acknowledge that it's complicated, but we're not saying that you need to do a full model on your own, but you should be thinking about it, and you could be looking at, what's in your region, or what's, in your what may be relevant to you, to leverage what's out there rather than necessarily doing it yourself. So I think that's sort of the balance that we're trying to strike, but acknowledge that folks should be thinking about it, and it's an important part of your climate strategy.
I mean, it may be that what we should be doing is actually just adding something in BCs that says clearly this needs to be appropriate to the complexity of the entity. And that there may be a general thing there that actually it's not, not everybody has to do a huge piece of heavy lifting, but you still need to think about this. Angela. You're on mute.
Had to do it once. Thanks. I was just reflecting on Renee's and comments in your discussion there. And yeah, I suppose it's really clarified in my mind that AG 23 is saying you all shall do scenario analysis, but the depth of it and the sophistication of it, subject to what you can do, best endeavours. I did wonder though whether through that materiality lens that Andrew talked about, could an entity, I can't think of an example, but could an entity make an argument that through a materiality lens, a scenario analysis is not appropriate for that very small agency? And so that's the only thing in terms of, it's almost like what trumps what. AG 23 is shall do these things, and then we have materiality in the general section, which scenario analysis just might not be material for a particular small entity.
Ross, can you just, because the materiality point is pervasive throughout our literature.
Yeah, I would say materiality always determines whether or not you have to apply a requirement. And we did a staff Q&A on this a couple of years ago, based on some discussions with people misinterpreting our principles as rules that must be followed, even if it's non-material. So I think this extends to non-financial reporting and what we're doing here as well, that if scenario analysis wasn't material for your entity, even if it says shall, you wouldn't have to comply. And maybe we can add a BC on that to make that point. We tend not to try and do that in the standards because we make that point very clearly, but it might help here.
Can we take that one away and have a look at what else we have elsewhere in our literature? Because I think there is a challenge that we have here, that this is a new series of standards, therefore we might have a concept elsewhere in our literature, but actually, yeah. So maybe then, therefore,
we could reference IPSASB 3.
Okay, so exactly that. We may need to bring that in, and that may be, I mean, it may be relevant in terms of what we've already got in Appendix B or whatever. Adrian, and then I want to move on.
Just one point, going back to the basic, I mean, problematics of this issue. We're talking of small entities, as you rightly said. It brings back to the discussion on differential reporting and what is a small entity. And the problem is that in this area, a small entity might not be the same as a small entity when it comes to financial reporting. You could have a small entity that has limited financial, activities, but which has a huge impact on climate-related issues. So, well, indeed, I didn't find the qualificative small in the standard, but the idea is to go for a small concept. So we'll probably get rid of that small issue and say, as it was just said, okay, we have a materiality issue. We have a possibility to make use of others' scenario analysis, methodologies, etc. And this is enough, I believe. Fair enough.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. I'll take the point in terms of small. Patricia, final comment, and I'm not taking any more comments on this. I want to move on. Okay, right. Where are we on the bullet points then?
The second one.
Yeah.
So the second one was an instruction to consider, I think, because we have a section specifically on current and anticipated effects on financial performance, financial position, and cash flows, to then think about whether we need additional guidance on current and anticipated effects on service delivery. And so reflecting on the whole overall strategy section, I believe that service delivery perspective is captured in paragraph 13, where you're required to provide disclosures about the effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on your operational model. And so we didn't add any additional disclosure requirements or guidance on that.
Okay, I think we're good on that. Move on.
And the next one, this is reviewing disclosure requirements in relation to funding of policy activities. I think what the instructions just to review where it is or what we're saying. I think looking back, it seemed to probably be duplicative, and so we've just removed it from 24D to where it's talking about the strategy of your policies, and just kept it in that paragraph 25B around current anticipated financial effects of your policies. All right, and then the last one is very straightforward. Revising the title from risks and outcomes management to include opportunities, as that was, part of the paragraph there as well. So we've updated that title section.
Okay. Move on.
So that wraps up the discussions and instructions from May and takes us starting into new sections of drafting. We'll start with metrics for policy related activities. I don't know what to call it the rest of the session, but we'll go into the metrics for those public policy programs.
Let's just use the terminology you've used in the papers, but acknowledge that we are going to change that term. Okay. So if we go into the discussion just with that sense, if that's okay.
So there's two papers on policy related metrics. The first one being on GHG emissions, and then the second being all other metrics. So the first one on GHG emissions, this is a critical metric, of course, but we had some thinking around what is the disclosure around GHG emissions from policy activities, and whether we think about it as part of the entity's operations, as part of that inventory, or is it really about the changes and the effects and outcomes from that policy program? And so what we thought is relevant information for users and to meet our objectives of holding policy setters accountable for their policies is to think about and disclose what are those effects or the changes in GHG emissions that result from your policy and programs, to provide that clear accountability for your outcomes. So you're not simply setting a target, setting a policy, and then no longer, we've passed it on to the implementers and let them, take it away, whether it's effective or not. So it's really focused on the change in GHG emissions, not a overall inventory of emissions, which is what the objective of say the GHG protocol scope 1, 2, 3, or nationally determined contributions is for international like Paris Agreement reporting. So this is specific to my policies identifying what's the change and disclose what's the change in emissions from your policy. And so we had to look further to think about how does an entity do this? Right? How do you make that estimate? And so there's various sources of guidance. We initially were looking strictly at the GHG protocol policy and action standard, but through discussions with our topic working group and other input, there's many different methodologies, and jurisdictions may have established methodologies, say for performance reporting, that will direct them to how and what the methodology they use to estimate those changes in GHG emissions. So in our guidance and requirement is to provide a description to explain how you came up with your estimated number, but not being prescriptive as to what methodology you may use, and just providing some references and illustrative or examples in the AGs on how you might think about it and what that would include. So yeah, I think you want to pause there and then before we go into drafting.
Yeah, I think so. Claudia, then Liang, then Patricia.
Thank you. I support that we request that we want to see the estimated amount of change, but I'm wondering if we need a starting point also to report it. Otherwise, it's difficult to interpret what the change is. If I start at a very high level of pollution, then it's maybe every change in the right direction is much better than someone who have very little but can say, oh, I would use 50%, but it's meaningless. So it's maybe better understandable to just have a starting point to where the references. Otherwise, they have the starting point. Otherwise, they can't calculate the change.
Thanks, Claudia. Liang, saw you nodding as Claudia was talking.
Yes, I support Claudia's points that not only the amount, but maybe the focus should be the percentage. This is one point. Another point, actually, as non-English native speaker, I just want to make sure I fully understand the meaning of this sentence. Just wonder the estimated amount of change. This is mean when we introduce the policy, we expected the change, or after the policy is launched, the actual amount or the actual percentage of the change. So a bit, because the English looks a bit confused to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. It's intended to be the actual, on your progress and monitoring. I think in targets you would talk about, what's your intended objective, but as the metric, measuring, monitoring, and we can look at tweaking the wording.
Thanks, Liang. Patricia, and then Yakuba.
Thank you. The first point is about, I think in the March we will discuss about to use indicators related to international agreements. I think in some way the decision was not in concrete way here, and I think too. To consider consider the responsibility or the commitment of the entities in relation to the agreement, for example, to reduce or to maintain, it depends on the kind of the commitment. Because of this, I think it's not, I think we would not be so prescriptive, but indicators is about outcome, if in absolute or in or change depends on how the entity planning, how the entity formulate your policies. I think we need to indicate some requirements. For example, it's the objective is know about the outcomes. And then it's one indicator about the outcomes. But what specific indicator? I think you can create new demands. It not connect with the way that the entities in this moment decide about the policy. This is my first point. The other point is about the I don't know. I'm sorry. For me, it's very hard to manipulate so many pages here. Maybe I'm lost. But in relation to other climate-related policy activity metrics, I'm not sure exactly what you try to say here, because all the metrics can be about outputs, can be about inputs. It's about this or not? Because in some way, in some instance, for example, for small entities, it's very hard to monitor policy activities based on outcomes indicators, and uses, for example, outputs. If this is the case here, I'm not sure what you try to indicate for the entities. It's my main 2 points.
Celine, back on that.
So I think on the first point, I think from our discussions, it's a bit if I'm just talking about GHG emissions, and we've talked about that we want disclosures to tie and support say international national commitments to reducing their national inventory of GHG emissions to bring that down by X%. But that's an inventory level information about GHG emissions. So the whole country, or say the whole country's GHG emissions. Whereas I think the challenge here, 2 challenges, right? Sort of, if you have it at policy level, you want each policy we want to hold people accountable for their policies. And to do that, we're thinking that you should be analyzing for that policy, what are the outcomes? What's the GHG effect? And for that policy, but I think from our discussions, there's a challenge to do that for specific policies, like by policy, your major policies tell me what's the GHG effect, versus it may be there's a lot of interlinkages between different policies. If you have a regulation and taxation policy, how do they interact, or how do you separate the causes, and how does it all contribute back to my national target? And so I think for me, it's a question of, are we trying to hold people accountable at the policy level, or are we trying to get a overall total? I think that all of your policies, how are you thinking about in totality to contribute to a broader commitment? And that would be in my mind, 2 different requirements about what we're disclosing, or 2 different approaches. And I guess the question is, what do we want to do?
Well, I think let's come back to the point is, what we're talking about here is public policy programs. So whether it's tax or regulation, those are separate programs. And I think we have to be clear about that. I think to Patricia's point, the question is where is this coming from, whether it's an international requirement or whether it's a national requirement. And I think we can be clear that, you need to explain what is the driver for this, what is it rooted in. To Claudia's point, I think, there would need to be an estimate of, let's say, here is the overall amount that we're trying to influence. So that sets the context, recognizing there are going to be uncertainties and judgments around that. And then the point is actually then you measure, if the policy is we want to reduce it by 20% over 5 years as a result of this policy, that would be the anticipation in terms of the design of the policy. Then actually, how are you tracking against implementing that? So if you like, that's the sort of totality of the idea that, okay, what's the authority? Where's the program coming from? And it's just this particular program. If it's material, all of this is subject to materiality. Then you need that context provided by the opening amount, and then the incremental changes to that. That makes sense. I think it's getting the drafting to do that, as it were. That's okay.
Yeah, I think we talk about baselines and your starting point in the drafting. We can definitely make that clearer. To Patricia's point, does that make it clear then if we're tying it back to commitments? I wasn't
I
clear
think
on
we
that.
need to see the drafting. I think the point is this an international commitment? Is this a national commitment or whatever? So I think let's see the drafting on that. But it's that, what's the authority? Where's it coming from? And then what's it trying to do? So it becomes a very logical accountability mechanism then. I want to take a few more comments on this, but if we take it that those elaborations will be there, I want additional points now, not reinforcements of those arguments. Okay, I think then I had Abdullah, Yakuba, Angela, Mary, and then Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to get my understanding right of this. And before that, the greenhouse gas emissions protocols are all not being maintained or updated, came out in 2004, and it would be hard to apply them. So my alternative thinking about that is like a jurisdiction, they have in their own framework, then they would say they have to, or they can just report in their framework. Then do we need to add that element that they need to reconcile with whatever coming from the GHG emissions? No? Okay. Just wanted to.
Reconcile with, say, the GHG protocol policy and action standard? No, I don't think that's the intention, that you would have to. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how that thought got into my head, but yeah, that's good.
So I think that's where the idea of a rebuttable presumption comes in, because if you don't have anything, then you would implement the relevant GHG protocol. Whereas if you do already have something, then you would disclose that you have that, therefore you're not doing that. So you don't have to do both. And maybe we just need to make sure that somewhere in the basis for conclusions, we make it absolutely crystal clear that point. Okay, so I go to Yakuba and then Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed that the inventory was excluded, and we are focusing on change in the emissions. So my point is that when I went through the analysis, notably in paragraph 6 and 7, I didn't see very well, I'm not clear with the explanation given. And I also went to the BCs, and I'm not finding what is the motivation of this choice. What drives you to go straight to change in emissions? Because that will have another impact. If you look at down the road, the other aspect of the standard setting, we'll notice that scope 3 is not taken into account when it comes to policy activities. So it seems that there is some link between And if so, we need more explanation why we are doing just on change in the emissions. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the question, Yakuba. We struggled. We struggled with how you look at inventory and scope 1, 2, 3 for a policy setter, where you have all of the different policy implementers and further downstream effects of the, say, the users or, of individuals affected. And so that, I think, goes beyond that scope of what's intended for a scope 1, 2, 3 generally inventory reporting. And so what we narrowed down and it helped us to look at GHG protocol policy and action standard because they clearly have different approaches for an entity level reporting to meet the objective of entity level reporting to manage your strategy across your value chain to manage your climate risks and guidance on policies and actions. So this is really a public sector, a standard for thinking about the effects of your policies that to again going back to holding entities accountable for the policies that they set and helps to inform their decisions around that policy strategy as well to see how effective it is and in that standard it walks through sort of your causal chain. So we're not adopting that terminology, but the idea of it is not about your value chain and the upstream and downstream, but it's the causes and effects of your policies and the outcomes that you anticipate from those policies to draw to really assess the effectiveness of that policy. And that's why we geared towards for a policy activity, what information do we want? We want to be thinking about the effects and the outcomes of those policies, and that is really focused on the changes in your GHG emissions rather than a necessarily scope 1, 2, 3 type inventory reporting. If I don't know if that helps answer your question, Yakuba.
I mean, I think what all of this is doing is actually all the discussions we've had today is actually, to Scott's point, that actually the more that we can delineate what is different in terms of the perspectives for public policy programs, the better. And then in a sense, actually, to the point that Yakuba picked up on, in a sense, what the policies are trying to do is what are we trying to influence, which is through this we want to reduce, through paying people, for example, to install new boilers and so on. We're trying to achieve this reduction. So you need to see is the program actually is it actually doing it? How that's happening on the ground level. That's where 1, 2 and scopes 1, 2 and 3 actually come in. And those would be then addressed through own operations, which is that GHG protocol. And so I think, that's where by getting this split that we talked about earlier, actually, then that focuses you on, okay, we're thinking about this in the context of the GHG protocol on policy and actions, and that is different in terms of it helps people then with, okay, I'm not thinking about scopes 1, 2 and 3 here. I'm thinking about the overall incremental impact. How those is happening on the ground is what happens through the own operations. So I think we need to take, we're going to have to think about getting clearer on that explanation then to help. Angela.
Thanks, Ian. I think you're starting. Your summary there is actually in the area that my question or concern is. I'm conscious that climate-related policy will generally, very specific climate related policy will be generally trying to lower emissions. And in that respect, I can understand the measure of emissions as a target or metric. But I guess reflecting on what, and so programs like the carbon tax, an incentive to pay people to move to EV vehicles, they're also obviously carbon policy, and they're all generally designed to have a positive impact on emissions. But I was reflecting on some of the CAG discussion around greenwashing. And so most of these are very positively focused. But I guess, and it may be that you are starting to answer it, is it's not clear in my mind yet where those really significant policies that are kind of equally for one purpose, but almost equally for climate as well. So it's that kind of grey area where a government might decide in a brand new electric train and revamp the whole network to not only be a faster, better transport for the citizens, but also have really significant resilience and lower emissions, huge investment over 10 years. So my question really is, where would that sit in terms of disclosures? And I think the emphasis here is they have to be really big, because I sort of go back to the point, there are so many regulations and policies. That is not under own operations. And I guess in some ways I'd thought of own operations more as the function of policy. Do you have the capability in your policy team to stand up climate advice? How do you sort of think about climate when you generally go through the process of policy? So I'm a little unclear where the really big policies, which are pretty much equal health or transport, but equally have an impact on climate. I suppose the other one is we're conscious that there are some policies, really big policies of a jurisdiction, that have a negative impact on the climate. So I'm really just seeking clarification at this stage.
So it's I think there's an interesting distinction here on a couple of points. So one, I think we have to be careful that we're not seen to be telling people how to set their policies. It's not the role. I think it's about the transparency on reporting against what their policies are in a way that gives good information so people can hold to account. But I recall a discussion we had last year when we were developing the reporting service performance program information, and the examples we added to RPG 3 and RPG 1. We were talking to the Paris Collaborative on Green Budget at the OECD, and more than one of the delegates from the countries who's doing tagging for budget purposes said on a number of occasions, there's basically three key areas that are driving emissions from a substantive perspective, from the government perspective. And that related to the departments generally that were agriculture, transportation, and energy. That if they dealt with those entities in most jurisdictions, that was a significant amount of their carbon emissions and where they would make the most change if they wanted to focus on an area. So, but I mean, I don't think it's our place to overly direct people on how to do it. But what I liked and where we landed last year when we did the guidance is if you apply the model in RPG 3, because it's designed around identifying a program's objectives and then looking at the inputs and reporting against the outputs and the outcomes and whether you've achieved the objectives. So it's a very good framework to report against, where you don't have to be prescriptive on what you're trying to achieve. And internationally, people can identify in their jurisdiction what their policy goals are for climate and report against them. And that's why I really like the simplicity of using the RPG3 model, which I think works perfectly. And I think we do ourselves a lot of favor to be using that as a framework to think about what we want disclosures on and linking it to that model. If we say it explicit or implicit, it's all there. It's already been through due process. We even have some examples we've added that have been through due process on this that relate to climate. So I think we just help ourselves out by not trying to rethink the world on this one and go back to what we already know.
Now, building on that, and I think we go right back to what we agreed before coffee, which is that if a policy has explicit targets in terms of climate change, then it is reported through the public policy programme's guidance. If it has an impact that's something else, then that would come through the disclosures that would be dealt with through own operations. So it's absolutely clear. Then it's only if you have a program which is designed to achieve climate related outcomes and you're measuring and monitoring against that, that you use the incremental guidance for public policy programs. If you're just reporting on, you're essentially a policy taker, then it's through your scope 3, and that's where the impacts policy, both positive and negative, would come through at an entity level through those scope 3, through that own operations reporting. So that's how you deal with the greyness here. And it goes entirely to the point that Ross was making, that it's about have I got a program specifically doing this or not, that's climate related in this case or not. If I don't, then I'm just in own operations. So if I can then go to Mari and then Lucy and then Andrew.
Thank you. My comment is about the difference between the public sector and private sector, and it is so different because for the private sector, their perspective is so focused on the short term, and so they set at first the targets and then to do strategic goals and strategic objectives. However, in the public sector, it is so difficult to monitor the outcome and measure the outcome. And so in the public sector, the perspective is based on the mid-term and long-term. And so they set at first the strategic goals and objectives, and then they set the short-term targets. So and that it's the reverse between the private sector and the public sector. And so we have to pay attention about that. And so maybe as scope 3, it is based on the operation, its own operation, based on its operation. And so however, in the public sector, their role is public policy setting, and how to regulate and how to promote the GHG emissions. And so we have to pay attention to the strategic goals and objectives, the relationship between the strategic goals and objectives and targets. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. And I think we can get some of that over in the sort of basis for conclusions, drawing out that difference in terms of the longer term policy perspectives of public policy programs versus the operational implementation. Okay, thanks. Lucy and then Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. I just noted that in paragraph 33 on how to measure greenhouse gas emissions, that it is prescribed that we use the greenhouse gas protocol, corporate planning and reporting to 2014. But I noticed that in the staff recommendation, it says that they do not prescribe. It's not a prescriptive approach on how to measure greenhouse gases emission. I think it should be the reverse, because there are jurisdictions that prescribe how they would, the framework that should use on how to measure this GSG. So I think it should be we have to revise paragraph 33A2, so that the use of the greenhouse gas protocol is not prescriptive, because here it says that it has to be used unless it unless a different method for measuring GSG is determined by better to better meet primary users information needs, or is required by a jurisdictional authority. Because this may not be applicable for public sector entities. It is to private sectors, but not necessarily for public sectors, because there could be some methodology on that may be prescribed by the jurisdiction to better report on this to meet the primary users' needs. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Elizabeth. Just to clarify, paragraph 33 is on the metrics for the own operations. So we'll talk about that. I think that's 6.2, agenda item 6.2.6, versus it's a different protocol standard, GHG protocol, corporate and reporting, corporate accounting and reporting standard, versus for policy activities where we're looking to GHG protocol policy and action standard. So they haven't GHG protocol itself has a number of different standards, and so those are two different references.
Yeah, I know, but in the notes that you have indicated across paragraph 33, you said that the staff recommend a non-prescriptive approach to allow for a broader range of methodology than IFRS to S2. But how it is worded in paragraph 33A2, it becomes a requisite because it says here, measure its
Can we
greenhouse
take this
emission.
one offline, Lucy?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the point is that the rebuttable presumption is that you use the GHG protocol, whether that's policy in action or corporate, unless you have something which is applicable in the jurisdiction. And then you just need to explain why you're using that. So we need to get the drafting consistent on this, but that is the point, that we're trying to move people towards a standardized approach, unless they've already got something in place which is designed to that. So we can look at the drafting on that,
Okay.
but that's the point, that we should try and move people towards a standard approach unless they're already invested in something else.
Okay.
Andrew, and then Noyeti.
Thanks. Thinking about the perception and how you create your own metrics, and I think, Ross, your comment earlier around RPG3, that you determine what your policy outcomes are and report against that. I guess, are we certain that greenhouse gas emissions are relevant to all climate-related policies? Is that always going to be a metric that is relevant? I mean, I don't know if I choose to not reduce emissions, but rather offset emissions. Is that captured in here or not? I'm not sure. So, you know, if I've got a policy rather to offset the effects of manufacturing in my jurisdiction, for example, is that captured in this or not? Is the one requirement, and therefore do we have to force a GHG sort of emission base to it? You know, I liked what you said here, and I think I was sort of reserving this for the later comment when we get to own operations. But I do think we need to give constituents here a steer as to where are we going with the metrics in the longer term? Because I think we do run a risk that if we allow people here to use their own metrics, but as we get down the line, and however long that may be, we say it now is GHG, because that seems to be where IPSASB is going and potentially the general track of direction. I think that's useful information to communicate to constituents. The last one just is on a materiality point, but it just linked here to me. We're asking for this change in GHG emissions around a policy. And I guess when you're looking at a materiality perspective, you could have a relatively small change because the policy is not effective, or you could have a relatively small change because you're at the end of the effects of that policy actually have been implemented. And so just what is materiality, or what would be information that should be disclosed around those policies in those different scenarios may be useful guidance to put out.
Okay. I mean, I think your point on the indicating the direction of travel, certainly I think we need to make sure that comes through in the basis for conclusions, that, if you like, that's our thinking. Because I think we're trying to walk that line, aren't we? Which is, if you've already got something and you're moving in this direction, we don't want to discourage that. But and I suppose there's a kind of implicit thinking here that actually, as the GHG protocols become more the established norm, that actually other pressures would move you in that direction. So it's not for us to prescribe, but we're trying to sort of go with that. So we need to get that into the basis for conclusions, I think. And probably the materiality point, I think let staff take that away and have a think about that, if that's okay. Noyati and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. It's about the methodologies that have been, there is a reportable presumption on that. So the only concern is about
Do you mind just moving the mic a bit closer, Noyati?
Yeah. I support about the flexibility in choosing the methodologies based on the ranking, whether there is you go to the international or something, or you yourself have to own. But the thing is, even though there is a reportable presumption on this standard, the concern is about the standardization and also the consistency and comparability of reporting among the entities. So how we mitigate that? Is there any disclosure requirement on facts that you are using this, and it can be maybe to the extent that our entity is just using that particular methodology compared to others, and then in terms of the government's perspective, maybe the, let's say, the measurement or whatever it is not to that since the calculation is not the same as supposed to be, so maybe it can vary the achievement of overall target that maybe the government's wants or the entities going to have to achieve. Yeah.
I mean, it comes back to, I think, Andrew's point that we need to indicate what we're trying to move people towards being consistent. Now, it could be that actually they get forced into being consistent if they want to raise a green bond, and the markets are saying, we want you to report on GHG protocol, but we can't, as an international standard setter, say you must use that even if you're using something else. What we're saying is, if you're not already using something else, use this, which gives you the comparability. But ultimately, we can't force that, and it's not dissimilar to what happens with IPSAS implementation at the moment, that actually countries will implement through their own endorsement mechanism. And so our main focus is to get them onto accrual and get them using accrual, rather than necessarily enforcing comparability as in the IFRS. And I think the same thing goes here, that actually what we're trying to do is get them thinking about this and getting them transparent about it. That direct comparability may come later, but that's not what we should be forcing at the moment. Back on that.
Another question. So is there any disclosure requirement that we are to disclose what our methodologies use in the standard? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for that for that reason. Patricia next, and then Lynn.
And thank you. Sorry. In relation to materiality, I thought about specifically for policy activities. There was a process to prioritize how in what area to apply the resources. If an entity has program or policies, it's because it's material because not applying resource in order. There is no, at least in Brazil, there is no resource available for all. Then there is a process in the political process to indicate this is a priority. If an entity, for example, in this moment, entity has program, but no so broader program. It's in the beginning. I think it's important to know that there is the program, what the metrics that the entity try to achieve. I think it's important to understand how to entity move for achieve some outcomes. I'm not sure about how to apply materiality requirements in this place, because sometimes to say I started to move is very material. It's not only the number that I apply. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to your point, Andrew's point on materiality, I think it's a different lens. What's important to the user? It's not going back to a number, how big or small a number it is. If the GHG emissions effect is small, that's could be material information because, you've introduced a carbon tax that has a significant effect on taxpayers. And so I want to know, is it effective? Oh, it's not moving the needle at all. That doesn't mean that becomes material information because your number is 0% change, right? It goes back to the context and how you assess materiality. And so to that point, I think it may be helpful to have EG or IG to provide that.
Well,
perhaps.
can we just be very careful on this, because we may well need to come back and address materiality separately, and I would rather not get into this is how we do it in this context, which would be different from elsewhere. So the key thing is going to be actually what is the reporting entity here? Because if you have a program that is actually being reported elsewhere and not through this, so can we just hold off on that? And I don't want to start adding IGs that says this is how we interpret materiality in this section. We've got a commitment that we will, when resources are available, start to look at materiality. So let's not try and solve everything here. Let's just focus on, we have a definition of materiality, and not try and solve all the issues here. Lynn.
So I've just been listening intently and reflecting on the discussions here, and what keeps going through my mind is how do we help entities navigate what is the right metrics to be reporting, what is our future direction of travel or expectation, when am I in policy activities, because the whole of this morning pre-break discussion was a sort of sometimes it's difficult between this own activities, policy activity divide. And then if I'm in policy activities now, we seem to be saying, forget scope 1, 2, or 3, or are we saying scope 3? Does that go back into the own operations reporting? What keeps going through my mind is how are we going to help people navigate this? Is there a implicit hierarchy of what we would prefer people to be doing? And are there tools to us that we could put into the BCs or into implementation guidance, like we quite often use flowcharts to help people navigate. And I did wonder whether or not there could be a use for a flowchart to help in terms of navigating what metrics for what, and even just the discipline of trying to document that for ourselves might help us then back into the drafting. So it's just a thought, really.
Yeah, I think that's very helpful, that kind of overall thought process. And it does come back to, I think that point that we will come back on Friday, which is the proposal that we should restructure the drafting at the moment to help achieve that. And then I think what goes alongside that is exactly what you've suggested then, Lynn, that it then does actually help with that clarity in terms of how we should approach that. So I think if we come back to that, I think at this point in time, I'm going to draw a line. Actually, I think it's time to take a break for lunch. So if you're okay, Adrian, I think I don't want to get into this whole drafting structure thing. We need to take that away. One final point, but then I am going to break us for lunch because I think it's time we took a break.
It's going to be very short. I agree with Lynn, but there are two sides on that. The first is to clarify the standard, to make it clear, make readers and users comfortable with the application. The second is help them navigate in what we think and what's the concepts underlying the standard. And I thought we were talking of issuing a sort of a pathway to climate disclosures, something like that. So that was the second aspect that I wanted to address.
Yeah, we need to think separately, but about what we provide by way of support and implementation. And again, that, but let's just get to the guidance first. So, we will think about that, but let's focus on the guidance for now. Okay, so I think we take a break here, and we come back at 1:30 from lunch, and we'll move on then to metrics for own operations at that stage. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're now moving on to the paper on climate-related policies, other metrics. And I'm hoping that we have Karen Leung online from Singapore.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Karen we'll see how the progress goes, but
Yeah.
Karen has really been a great contributor to our team so far, and if we progress fast enough, you may see her on screen.
Bear in mind it's 1:30 in the morning in Singapore at the moment. So
Yeah. So for other metrics, this takes us a little bit to the discussions we had in March and the framing and thinking around what metrics we would need from a policy setter perspective. And just to refresh memories, we had thought about looking to international agreements and what sort of established key issues that should be considered. And we had this climate-related metrics workshop with the UNDP ISSB GRI to try and map what is in the private sector guidance that meets some of those Paris Agreement articles, and what maybe is additional that we should think about for the public sector specifically, and from the own operations versus policy activities perspective. And so I think coming out of that, we had some discussions in breakout groups in March. We also had discussions with the SRG to present a general approach. And I think what we've talked about is to have a very non-prescriptive approach. We acknowledge that from the consultation paper, respondents emphasized that we do need to look broader at the broader reach and impacts of and responsibility of government, but there isn't a set metric or set of metrics that are evidenced to be best practice, and acknowledging that as governments set these policies, they may have already their set of defined objectives and performance measures. And so rather than being very prescriptive on this set of metrics, we felt that we still need to have some other metrics as entities determined to be material, and leave that open for entities to provide those other metrics. And the SRG, I think they had some different views initially to think, okay, should we be providing more of a set of baseline metrics? But I think through the discussion, the advice was more to provide a framework or some sort of guidance on how entities should identify and think about those metrics to avoid greenwashing and sort of becoming an advertising for governments. And I think maybe what I should also think about is what we're talking about for other metrics, because this uh, kind of is so gray and open. What does this really mean, or what do we refer to? So this is any other metrics other than GHG emissions. So to some earlier points, GHG emissions is likely a very critical metric for a climate-related policy, but there could be other metrics. If I think about policies around land use change, or forestry management, and that would be, the management or percentage of land or properties that is being managed for explicit sinks and reservoir management, or it could be other types of, say, service provision, and thinking about the risks and exposure to physical risks. If there's increased flooding in certain areas, that you have responsibility and mandate for how your policies are addressing that. So it could be a number of different other metrics, but not being so prescriptive to define them, but allowing entities to determine those on their own. And that sort of framework that we would provide, and we've kind of outlined in the AGs, is to think about perhaps your established policy measures that are part of the initial establishment of your policy program. You may look to other external guidance or methodologies that are internationally recognized. I think we have a couple examples in there. Say the UNFCCC has different guidance on different types of programs in different sectors. And then certainly looking at other peers, other similar functions in different areas of government or different jurisdictions with similar functions. And then another one that was raised as an important addition is that stakeholder input. So through your stakeholder engagement process, identifying, what's important to our stakeholders as well. So that's other metrics at a high level. Yeah.
So open up for comments at this stage on those proposals. Andrew, I was going to say it's the after lunch slot, isn't it?
No. That just gives us the fuel.
Off then, please.
So agree with the principles that I think, the entities need to come up with what they feel are the appropriate metrics. What I don't think would be useful here is principles that entities could consider in terms of which of those metrics are perhaps the most relevant to actually go and disclose. Because I think there could be a large variety of different metrics that they could pick and choose from, and that may be a little bit confusing. So maybe this is my financial instrument brain coming in here, but I kind of went to, I don't know why, business model assessments, where it's kind of what is the information reported to, key management, for example, what are the policy aims, what are the KPIs that are monitored internally, for example, and sort of referencing to that. So just sort of principles that entities could look in how to go about determining these.
Thanks, Andrew. And you could probably add to that, international agreements, national programs, business model, as you say. So some indicators. Yeah. Okay. I think that's helpful. Over here, Adrian.
My problem is that I see a limitation in the use of the metrics and methodology in the field of international comparisons. And when it comes to national, discussions or information of the stakeholders, it's no problem. But very often, governments specifically will have to compare themselves to others, even if they're not involved in a international agreement where there are, shared attitudes towards the climate effects mitigation. So I don't see the way. I don't know how to address that. But I see there is something that now or in the future, in a few years, based on the application of the standard, they should, in a way, be a way to impose. There's only one way to impose: is an international treaty or agreement. But if not, a way to impose or incent to application of a common methodology and common set of metrics for international comparisons. In many international organizations that are related to climate change or there are some, commitments, and even in the Paris Agreement, we have targets, but we have no commitments with regards to the ways forward, the way to reach the targets. But in the future, there might be. So if something happens, something occurs in this area, we might have to follow that and be able to provide guidelines or the possibility of mandatory authoritative norm standards for that. I don't know how to do today, how to deal
Well,
with
I
that.
think I think Andrew's idea about the hierarchy helps us out here, because if we write that in the right way and you actually talk about international bilateral arrangements, that allows for development in that space. And then I think actually we explicitly recognize that in the basis for conclusions that is the case, that this is evolving. Therefore, we've given people this idea about a hierarchy, or whatever you call it. Maybe not a hierarchy, but a list of things, list of factors to consider. And that's the kind of thing that at some stage, it would be, it's going to be subject to review, etc. But at this stage, we've not mandated, so we get that kind of sense in there. And through that hierarchy, we give people things to consider, because I think unless or until that happens, we can't say you must. This is very much a kind of, here are the things to think about. And inevitably, if there was some sort of bilateral agreement or some sort of best practice emerged or whatever, that would be the way we would address it. Okay, any other points? Okay, so I think move us on then.
Okay. So I'll move on to the next.
Yeah, if there are any points on drafting, then obviously details of drafting, please pass those through to Celine. I guess any other sort of points of substance that members want to bring up in terms of the material, the approach to implementing the recommendations. Okay, so we move on to 6.2.6.
So this takes us into the next section on metrics for own operations. And so this paper specifically talks about the methodology for measuring GHG emissions, whether we require the use of GHG protocol or another standard, is the question that we were trying to answer. And there are many different methodologies and approaches to reporting a GHG inventory. There's at the organizational level, or it could be at a jurisdictional level. So there are standards established for each of those different approaches. And I think at the end of the day, we're talking about reporting entity level reporting. And so we would defer to using an organizational approach. Even though in many cases, you'll see cities using a GHG protocol for cities, and that's suitable for their purpose and their mandate. But for our reporting entity level standard, it would be looking to an organizational standard, and that would be like GHG protocol, and they have the corporate and accounting and reporting standard. So that kind of brings into the question, is that standard appropriate for public sector entities, given it's, originally primarily designed for private sector, and the ISSB is using that for their standard. GRI uses it for the development of their standard. ISSB specifically requires it, whereas GRI it doesn't require it, but they do explicitly, acknowledge that their standard is built on it. And so I think our proposal is that it is appropriate for the public sector. It is intended and designed to help an entity to assess the effectiveness of its strategy to manage their emissions across the value chain. And we've talked about the value chain translates to the public sector. And so it's an important part of holding entities to account for their actions, and also to assess the risks to their services across their value chain. And that said, the GHG protocol does acknowledge that it is relevant for non-private sector organizations. They explicitly say it applies for NGOs, government agencies, and universities. And they, in fact, have a separate standard, the GHG protocol for public sector standard, which essentially interprets the GHG protocol corporate standard in a U.S. agencies and public sector context. So we think it is applicable for public sector. And so the standard and the drafting is consistent, and it's based on the GHG protocol and the concepts of scope 1, 2, 3. But that said, we propose a rebuttable presumption because we acknowledge that there are different methodologies, and different jurisdictions may already have established methodologies. For example, in discussions with the topic working group, it's noted that for a central, say, the Ministry of Environment, or the agency that's given the responsibility to do their reporting for a Paris Agreement, they will apply the IPCC guideline to report on the Paris Agreement. But then within their jurisdiction, they will have they already have an established methodology on reporting for the public sector entities, which is different from that. And so where there is already established guidelines and methodologies, we felt that we shouldn't have to require entities to use the GHG protocol corporate standard necessarily. And so we do think that providing that rebuttable presumption could help steer, or where you're using something already, you could look to the GHG protocol corporate accounting and reporting standard. But if you have another methodology and a rationale for using that methodology, then disclose and explain, the rationale and what that methodology is, to help the user understand your approach. I think that's all.
Okay, and just to be clear, the reason why the GHG protocol for cities is not appropriate is because that's for city regions, and it covers all the other sectors of the economy. So it's not focused on the reporting entity. It would bring in the impacts of the city's activities and their influence on households, on businesses, and so on. So it's like a whole of economy for the city region, rather than GHG protocol, which focuses on the reporting entity. So that's the reason why we're not recommending that, and I think we will need to be explicit about that. That's the reason why it is not suitable in the context of the reporting model that we have here. Okay, open up for comments. Yeah, Andrew.
This one, I do have some concerns with allowing flexibility and not necessarily requiring the GHG protocol for all reporting. I guess my concern starts with the fact that S2 has got the GHG protocols almost embedded into it, in terms of it defines the scope 1, 2, and 3, the disclosures. If you look at the language and the principles that are used, they're quite integrated with the GHG protocols. And I've got a concern then that if we've adopted those in our standards for own activities, that if you now report these emissions on a different metric, how does that now relate with the rest of the standard and the principles in our standard? A note we've included, for example, that if you do it on a different metric, that you could then provide a reconciliation. But I question whether a reconciliation would not end up in you having to determine GHG protocol measures anyway to do that reconciliation. I don't know enough about it, but it sounds like you would potentially have to do sort of the same thing there. on these metrics as well, the private sector is developing these metrics. They are disclosing this. This generally seems to be the trend of direction there. And I can see instances where you would want to do a comparison on these metrics between, say, an entity in the private sector. And so I do think it would be useful that these are then prepared on the same basis. If we have a concern about the cost of this or entities transitioning into this, my preference would, instead of to allow flexibility in terms of the metrics or the protocol that's used to measure this, to rather require GHG protocol, but allow entities to go slower in terms of which of these measures under the GHG protocol we allow per year, and rather have a longer incremental phase around moving to the GHG protocols than this flexible option that we have at the moment.
Adrian?
I think on Andrew's point, I would say that I'm worried that we do not set any limit to the recourse to another methodology and different rationale for using those methodology. It seems to me that the choice should be left open, but left open provided that the methodology is generally accepted or based on a large agreement that the methodology is valid, provides the right information, etc., etc. Because otherwise, anybody could go to any possible methodology, make their own, whatever it is, and even though they provide the rationale for the use of it, it could have absolutely no. I mean, it wouldn't be in line with what we expect. I mean, as regards of with regards to reporting.
Ross.
Yeah, I think this is a tough one, but I do think the proposal takes into account the public sector. From our discussions with the Sustainability Reference Group and many of the potential users, and even what we heard from the CAG on Monday about making sure it's an implementable standard. And I think if you think about it from a public sector perspective, there is data collection already happening related to national agreements, different ways of calculating things. So I think we're in a slightly different place than the private sector. So I think having the rebuttable presumption still makes a pretty high bar for people to have to think about using GHG protocol. But if they think they've got something better they're using today that justifies them not doing it, they're going to have to explain it and show that. So I think that's giving the kind of flexibility that some of the CAG members were noting on Monday there's going to be needed, if particularly developing countries and other parts of the world that are going to struggle to implement this. So I think we'd have to have a pretty good reason to be prescriptive for GHG protocol. And from the discussions we've had, I'm not sure there's been enough of a focus in their work on public sector to mandate it in that way. And then we know it is developing. So just want to put that in there, because I think 3 months ago when we were starting this, I think the staff was probably strongly recommending GHG protocol. But the more and more people we spoke to, the less and less convinced we were that we should be hardline prescriptive on this one.
Celine and Scott?
Yeah, I think to Ross's point too, I think we kind of talked about the different objectives too of different entities at different levels. If they're, looking at reporting up or, part contributing to national commitments, they may have a different lens and different view, and they may take a different approach. And their primary reporting may still be looking to IPCC to report up. But to the question earlier about if you have to do a significant efforts reconciliation to get your scope 1, 2, 3, I don't think it has to be that. The data collection is the difficult part, but once you have the data, if you think about scope 1 are all of your direct emissions, and then scope 2 is your indirect energy consumption. So it's a pretty limited, a set of activities and inputs for scope 2. And then if you're using a jurisdictional approach, that is scope 1 and 2. And what we'll be asking them is, okay, think about what are your materials scope 3. So that would be generally not in, say, a jurisdictional methodology. And so that's something you would have to think about in addition, I think is how I think about it. So I think it could be a possible, but I agree. I think it's tricky to push a very prescriptive approach when we see that a little bit of balancing that practicality of it and really meeting still the needs of different objectives and commitments. So
Thanks, Celine. Scott.
Yeah, I wanted to support Walter's comment. I was really surprised at SRG that they said this that on an entity by entity basis, they are implementing more than we think they are, and that this would be considered a barrier for them to move forward as if we picked a particular item. I was surprised how that was not something I was aware of. To your point, one thing we could do is for the alternative, just make sure it's based on some established criteria, so they couldn't have the Showalter framework. Okay, so so something like that. I think we could put a sentence or two in there that would probably be able to cut off what your concern is on that area.
So, I mean, I think it is tricky for all the reasons that we've just articulated. And I think personally, I was very much in the we should prescribe, but I think listening to those arguments, I think, probably with the qualifier that Scott has put in, that there should be some form of it's not just a kind of I feel like doing this. Probably at this stage, the key is to get people started. And I think, I think that's where we understand in terms of, yes, ultimately you would want comparability, but I question whether we're trying to go too hard, too fast here, recognizing we are going to have to come back. This is going to, we're going to need to revise this standard probably fairly early on, just simply because of evolving practice and the GHG protocol itself is going to be under revision in the next year or two. So it seems quite hard actually to mandate something as a requirement that we know is also likely to be, moving potentially. So probably the best thing to do is actually to go for this rebuttable presumption approach. And then, with the qualifier that Scott has proposed, and I do think, this is a key part of our recommendations, and therefore we should ask a specific matter for comment on this, phrased appropriately, acknowledging Andrew's concerns. And I think, we have to acknowledge in the basis for conclusions that we as a board have had this debate, and it's an on-balance decision bearing in mind those other things. And then we ask for input from our stakeholders, in terms of whether we should, if we, yeah, let's not write the SMC at the moment, but if we go down that route, that's okay. Okay. Yes. So, are there any sort of other principles in terms of the way the drafting has been done that members want to raise? Okay. Welcome, Karen.
So I'd like to welcome Karen for our next few agenda items. And I want to acknowledge and thank Karen for all of her hard work. It's, as I said earlier, it's been a busy quarter, so we wouldn't have been able to produce all of this. I wouldn't have been able to do it on my own, to be honest. So thank you very much, Karen, for, joining the team and really picking up so quickly and joining us even now in Singapore. She couldn't. She had come to Toronto a couple times already, so wasn't able to join us here in person today. But she's up late in Singapore and ready to to share. So thank you, Karen. I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, thanks, Celine. Thanks, Ian. I think before we move into the greenhouse gas protocol, just a few slides to give the board a recap on some key points within on the scopes within the greenhouse gas protocol. So scope 1 here refers to direct emissions from owned or controlled sources. So for example, entities in the utilities sector will have distantly higher scope 1 emissions. Scope 2 emissions refer to indirect emissions from generation of purchased energy. So for example, we would see a data center having very high scope 2 emissions. And scope 3 emissions refer to all indirect greenhouse gas emissions that occur in the value chain of the entity, which typically consists of both upstream and downstream activities. So for example, entities like financial institutions will have very low scope 1 and 2 emissions, but significant scope 3 emissions. Moving on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So moving on to scope 3, because scope 3 is so complex, the greenhouse gas protocol has categorized these value chain emissions into 15 categories that are listed here. And these categories cover both upstream and downstream emissions. I think just to give an example, we have category 6, business travel here, which is very commonly accounted for scope 3 category because of the data availability for this type of information. And these are emissions from the transportation of employees for their work-related activities. So for example, greenhouse gas emissions from flights taken for work trips, for example. So I think hopefully this gives everyone a good idea and background of scope 3 reporting before we delve into our recommendations. Next slide, please. So the staff acknowledge that there are definitely challenges in scope 3 as we see in the private sector and also definitely in the public sector as well. For example, I think we think that there could definitely be concerns on data quality and confidentiality, and because entities would be relying heavily on data from external sources across your value chain, and that is not necessarily good quality primary data. But despite these challenges, we see that regulators around the world are moving towards requiring scope 3 reporting from the private sector. For example, the EU CSRD has this requirement, and if we look at IFRS S2, they require entities to report in scope 1, 2, and scope 3 emissions. And from the IPSASB sustainability consultations for jurisdictions, a lot of countries are proposing full adoption of the IPSASB. For example, I think Australia, they plan to align as far as possible with S2, and then in Canada, the sustainability disclosure standards also uses IFRS S2 as a baseline to develop their exposure draft, and then also requires scope 3. So that's for the private sector, but on top of that, we see in the public sector a lot of some jurisdictions have been requiring scope 3 to some extent. For example, talking to our climate topic working group members, we learned that both the UK and New Zealand both have scope 3 requirements for the public sector, and they've mandated certain scope 3 categories, while the rest of scope 3 categories are to be reported if they are material to the entity. So for this, the staff recommend that we require disclosure on material scope 3 categories from own operations, and then also to provide additional guidance on assessing scope 3 material categories. Opening up for comments for this proposal.
Okay, thanks, Karen. And we probably should commend you for saving on our scope 3 emissions as a board, which are business travel is undoubtedly significant for IFAC as a whole and for this board. Lynn, I don't know whether you want to sort of share the kind of, the debate, how the debate went in the UK, because obviously this has been something, implementing, but on a TCFD approach that has been discussed in UK public sector over a period. Sorry to put you on the spot
Yeah,
on
no,
that.
that's fine. So yeah, you're absolutely right. We do, and you've summarized what we require with a materiality overlay other than where we've mandated scope 3. We have been implementing in the UK public sector TCFD on a phased approach. It wasn't that we thought and made a deliberate decision TCFD versus S1 and S2 versus waiting for IPSASB. At the time we took the decision for TCFD was what we said to ourselves was, well, it was sort of a no regrets decision, because when we took that decision, S1 and S2 were not out and we didn't know where IPSASB were going to go. And it's also worth saying that having taken that decision, we wanted to see how that played out, how these debates played out before we take a next decision on where next. But in making the decisions we did, I guess our approach always in the UK to public sector reporting, be that financial reporting or now sustainability reporting, is to follow private sector unless there's a public sector specific reason to depart. And the only public sector specific reason to depart here would be materiality, is sort of where we ended up. We recognise that some of the collection may cause difficulties. So throughout, we've sort of said, explain if you can't, but we expect you to do where material. And that's sort of where Celine is proposing that we go here as well. So I was quite comfortable here, obviously.
Thanks, Lynn. And I think that was where obviously there was also input from New Zealand in terms of, I think New Zealand mandates certain categories. Is that right? I'm looking to see where Jack is actually. Jack, do you want to just summarise the New Zealand approach on that, as you did in the task force? Do you want to just come? So Jack is Angela's new TA, but from the sustainability reporting group in the New Zealand External Reporting Board. So Jack, to you.
Thanks, Ian. I would just say, yeah, very similar to Lynn in terms of where New Zealand's at, which is Scope 3 reporting being mandated with clear sort of categories being more well established and easier to collect data. So indicating for public sector entities to start there, and then, but also effectively the requirement is other Scope 3 categories that are material, but this is coming from a Ministry for the Environment down perspective, so not material in the same context here. But I think, yeah, effectively the same, which is start where the data is easier, but also don't miss the big areas, and that ends up being dictated well enough by materiality, I think.
Okay, that's great. So I think that's helpful in terms of sort of understanding where, two of the jurisdictions that have at least moved forward on this are sort of coming from. So open up for comments from board members on the proposals from staff here. Yeah, Liang, and then Dave.
I fully understand that practical difficulty if we want to require to disclose everything, every category in for scope 3. But I just wonder from pure technical perspective, because financial information or climate related disclosure actually will also apply the overall materiality concept. So even we do not say material scope 3 emission category here, actually we should apply the materiality concept for select the category we should apply. So I just wonder, from your technical perspective, whether it is necessary for us to add material category in the standard. This is my question.
Celine, back on.
Yeah, I think your point is correct. We would be applying materiality through all. I think in how we have it, I think in an AG we re-emphasize sort of that that what you determine for disclosure for scope 3 is based on materials to re-emphasize that, because I think the challenge when someone reads, oh, I have to disclose scope 3 is automatically this is impossible, right? There's so much, but just to re-emphasize that it should be based on what's material for you, and it doesn't have to include all categories. So I have to go back to the drafting in the core text. I don't think we say material scope 3 categories, but we bring it in to re-emphasize in the AGs.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Dave.
Actually, I have another point. For 15 category within scope 3, actually I agree this, but I recall in maybe in last before last board member, actually we have discussed for public sector entity such as if it is a policy setter or the policy take or policy implementators should be within its scope 3 or such as for a policy taker, actually the policy setter should be also its policy its scope 3. I don't want to intend to add this, but I just want to make sure that at this stage now, actually, we do not want to bring in this concept, and we will stick to the traditional 15 category of GHG protocol. Thank you.
Celine or Karen, do you want to comment back on that?
Yeah, I can. You want to go?
Oh,
Go ahead,
okay.
Karen.
Well, yeah, we will be sticking for. So that's why we introduced the separation on the policy side and between own operations of policy using what we proposed just now, the baseline emissions for your baseline scenario, and then the policy estimating your policy emissions from your policy scenario. So I think we're definitely clearly differentiating that from our scopes 1 to 3, which will relate back to our own operations, and we won't be linking in any way linking scope 3 back to policies. Celine, do you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I think we struggled with this question to try and I think it's the same question the private sector has about what's in your value chain, where do you draw that boundary, what are you including, excluding, and that's something that you know I don't think that we have the exact answer to that, and so our proposed solution is that when you're thinking about your policy programs or public policy outcomes, that's why we separate it and think, okay, what's those change in your GHG emissions? And that's where you would likely look through all of the policy takers and the effects, how well the policy is working to achieve your outcome. So couching all of those policy implementers, we're capturing that there in your GHG emissions from policy as a result of your policy activities. And then I think we're not defining, to your point, we're not going to define and be prescriptive or tell folks what's in your value chain, what's in your scope 3, if that's all those implementers. But ultimately, I think that should come through in your disclosures of what you're including in your scope 3. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, so I think in thinking about this, what we do need to do is go back into how it's described in the Policy and Actions Greenhouse Gas Standard. And my understanding is that they don't define it in terms of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. It's actually what are the outcomes, it's measuring what are the outcomes of that public policy program. Now, it may be that it's relevant in terms of thinking about those, those using those categories to frame the thinking. But I think that's something we're going to have to come back to, if that's okay, Liang, and see what clarity we can give and what we can't. Because also recognizing that the way in which the program has been designed is likely to be measured in certain ways. So yeah, I think we just need to give that a bit more thought. Dave is actually Renee for these purposes, because Renee is traveling at the moment and will join us virtually tomorrow, but we hope she's in the air at the moment. So Dave.
I'll try to do Renee justice. Renee said she was really on the fence with the recommendation, and I won't go over everything, but she highlighted some of the points that Len and Jack made as to why she was supportive of this. She thought principally she liked that it would enhance comparability between entities, and again, principally would help with making decisions. What she was concerned about, at least early on, she thought scope 1 and scope 2 would provide very accurate information. But what she was concerned with and what she was still grappling with and thinking about was, because scope 3 really relied on information from other entities, would that provide less reliable information and impact the decision usefulness of it, the scope 3 emissions disclosure? Because she thought it would evolve over time and become more robust in the public and private sector. This goes to a later agenda item. She thought that maybe a longer implementation phase for scope 3 might be the way forward.
Thanks, Dave. And I think we'll come back to those transition provisions when we get to that section of the discussion. Abdullah.
Thank you, Chair. And just to add to the points that other than the effort that is going to be done by entities to collect all this information, there is an element of accuracy of the information that they are receiving, and that is where the private sector entities struggled for. And even though with the reliefs that has been given by the IPSASB or the transition period, but still the private sector entities still struggling with that. From my perspective, that could be good for certain entities where I would take it from public sector perspective. You could have an advanced economy saying they have zero emission based on scope 1 and scope 2. Whereas if you apply scope 3, that where you have the correct carbon emission that is coming from them. So I'm indifference between this. It's like saying, well, if it's an advanced economy, advanced public sector, it would be easier for them to apply scope 3. But again, it's just about the cost benefit thing. Thank you. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, we have to be very careful, I think, about because different jurisdictions are going to be at different stages. So I think we have to be very careful about that. But I think what we know from all of the discussions, and for example, Celine and I attended the IPSASB symposium in February this year, and the single biggest issue that was being raised there was scope 3. So I think we just have to acknowledge that this is going to be an evolving picture, and one of the challenges is going to be that everybody's going to be in and out of everybody else's scope 3. Private, public, non-profit sectors are all going to be impacted by needing to start to collect data on this as part of other people's supply chains. So we're going to have to allow for that changing picture. And I think, again, let's come back to this when we get into those principles in terms of transition. Karen, you wanted to come in, and then I'll go to Patricia and Scott.
Yep, I'll just comment
okay.
a bit more on what you said. I think the essence of Scope 3 is to show the emissions hotspots across your value chain, identify where these hotspots are, and then act upon where these emissions come from. So I don't think it's going to be extremely accurate as of now, but then it's definitely a useful provides useful information for entities and also for stakeholders to assess where the hotspots are coming from within the entity's Scope 3 value chain.
Thanks, Karen. That probably does fit in with this whole, it's going to, it's an improving picture, we hope, in terms of data quality, and that does come into expectations about restatements and so on, which undoubtedly are going to occur as methodologies improve. Angela, apologies, I missed you. So if you go next, and then I'll go to Patricia.
Thank you, Ian. I just wanted to double check the instruction on Scope 3 emissions in light of our decisions this morning around policy programs that are not implicitly or explicitly climate-related policies. And I think the direction of travel this morning was that if they are not explicitly or implicitly climate-related policies, they're effectively covered by what we're labelling at the moment own operations. And I think that then says to me there's an important question for us, and it is effectively Liang's question on her second point, which is with that direction of travel this morning, what does that mean for downstream Scope 3? Only because I can see from the list of 9 to 15 items, it's very corporate, but I can also see people making analogies of downstream impacts as the same as the impact of a policy or the outcome of a policy. So I think I don't have the answer, but there is a question in my mind how we set the boundary for downstream Scope 3 when we have policy programs effectively in own operations that are not implicitly or explicit climate. And I was just unsure of how you wrapped up Liang's sort of question. I think Liang proposed that we shouldn't require that kind of impact on policies downstream. And I got a sense that it's something that we need to look at consequentially from our decision this morning. But I just wanted to clarify that in my own mind.
I think we have a real problem in doing that, Angela, because the categories come out of the greenhouse gas protocol. And I think the question is whether there is actually anything else. So I think we would have a real problem at this stage in mandating that for the public sector. And I think, that's where maybe we ask a question, which is there anything else that anybody can actually see that would be material? And ask that question at this stage, because I just don't think that any of us could actually go that far, and recognizing all the problems there are with Scope 3 anyway, frankly, we get to the stage where we just don't know. Nobody knows, frankly, at the moment. So I think if we go, we ask that question as part of we're proposing to mandate the greenhouse gas protocol corporate. Do you agree, disagree? If you don't agree, why not? And if we want to, we can ask explicitly, is there anything else? And then let's just go with that at this stage. Otherwise, we're just overthinking that, I think. Okay, so Scott, to you.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to remind us that scope 3 is the largest majority of greenhouse gases by a long shot. So if we don't go this way, we're significantly underreporting greenhouse gases. So, and people will wait as long as we want to give them. And so if we don't start today, that information won't be started to be collected. It is imperfect. We know that, but the longer it goes, the better it will get. And so the longer we wait to start that process, the longer it's going to be to get good quality information. So for me, this would be a significant underreporting of greenhouse gases if we don't do it.
Thanks, Scott. So let's come back to that then when we get into transition provisions. So I think where we get to is that, you know, materiality is the overriding consideration, that we should, you know, require those disclosures. I guess the question is whether we, you know, we go as far as highlighting categories considered, but maybe we just, you know, that's something that might go in basis for conclusions at this stage that certain jurisdictions have mandated the following categories and leave it at that rather than putting it into the guidance at the moment. And then, as discussed with Angela, we ask an SMC, which is about mandating the greenhouse gas protocol for corporates, and ask the question if there's any other categories that they feel that that would not address from the public sector perspective. Okay, so let's then move on to the next item. And again, if there are any principles in terms of the way that staff have drafted. Liang.
My understanding is our intention is to have the emission disclosure as aligned with IPSASB. But when I go through the document, actually I see we have made some revisions. For example, for the scope 2, looks we have some revision such as you may apply location-based method or market-based method. Do not want to comment these two methods, but my recommendation is if we want to align IPSASB better, we just follow what they have done. So I do not think it is good that we make some revision, such as in the scope 2 disclosure. Thank you.
Could I just ask Karen or Celine if there's anything you want to comment back on, Karen?
Right, yeah. So the reason why we added back the market-based disclosure was that the original scope 2 guidance had both approaches. And we were talking, I remember we were talking with WRI on this, and then we were doing some extra research. And yeah, we think that it might be applicable to public sector entities because having market-based having market-based approaches will allow so only having location-based will remove this collective action to decarbonize grids. So we thought that in terms of the public sector, this might be something that is important.
I mean, it sounds like this is something where it may be a contingency if you have a public policy program specifically in that area, then you should allow it. I think probably actually the instruction here is actually to do some further thinking, and you know, I think Liang, you probably have more experience here than other board members. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I think that's something that we should give some further consideration to, and then come back to the board with a recommendation on whether we open that up, given the potential interaction with public policy programs or not. Okay. So then move on.
Takes us to agenda 6.2.8. Pull that slide up.
Yep, industry-based metrics. So the IFRS S2 has a set of industry-based standards that were developed from the IPSASB standards, and this allows provides entities with sector-specific metrics that they might find useful. And so we were thinking about how we can incorporate this into the public sector, especially in consideration of time and capacity. So we began looking into existing sector standards out there. So for example, here we have the IPSASB standards and then the GRI standards up. The GRI standards are in the early stages of development, but then the IPSASB standards has sustainability related disclosure topics for 77 industries, which some of which might apply to the public sector, including utilities, healthcare delivery. They have agriculture, waste management, transportation as well. Next slide, please. Right, so I think certain functions within the public sector entities could benefit from guidance provided by both the IPSASB and GRI sector standards. For example, in the IPSASB standards on water utilities and services, they have metrics on, for example, on network resiliency, and then water stress metrics, which is climate related risk and so on. So the staff think that these standards are good sources that entities can choose to refer to as optional references. So these are our recommendations. Are there any comments?
So,
do you want to
yeah, I just want to jump in because I know we had presented this proposal and for our breakout discussions in March, and we considered and looking at the IPSASB standards. I know there was the point from the breakout groups. Claudia had reviewed them in detail, and the narrative is very private sector specific. But that said, given the importance of industry-based metrics in sustainability, we think that there is it is still useful and serves a purpose to the extent that it's relevant. In this space, metrics, we've discussed how do you sort of establish a baseline. It's important that there is sort of some consistency across a sector or an industry, that folks are not just picking whatever they want, right? So industry-based metrics is important, and since given there's no public sector functional or sector-based standards at this point, which may be down the road, but that is something we have this to look to, and there could be relevance to look across to. So including that as a reference but not a requirement is really where we're coming from.
I mean, in terms of practicality, this is something where from a kind of potential recipient of this guidance, I'd push the staff a bit more on this one. And we think there is a sort of place that we could get to in terms of having some supplementary guidance from staff, which would, if you like, line up the TOEFOG categories, which is the standard approach to delineation of functions delivered by the public sector, and actually indicate where those may map across. So, for example, education provision, healthcare provision, to say, for example, IPSASB literature. So we're not saying to people, you go and have a look yourselves, that we're actually saying, look, if you're delivering this kind of function, here's somewhere that you could actually go and have a look and see what you think is relevant in your circumstance. But to do that as staff guidance, and probably after the delivery of after the publication exposure draft, Ross is going to come back to me and tell me practicality and resource and so on.
No, as you answered the last sentence, I was almost going to put my flag down. I think we can give something. The question's the timing. So are we going to have this document by the time we approve this proposed guidance? No. Can we work on it once it goes out for publication and try and come up with something that helps people think about it, in and around the consultation period, but definitely by the time we finalize the standard, I would say yes. It's just at the moment, we're fully engrossed in getting this exposure draft ready. But I do think we can work on this, and we've been thinking about it, but putting pen to paper and getting things kind of mapped out and how that would work is something we just need a little bit of space to do. But completely agree, we do need something to guide public sector, and that we've thought about it. And we will need it by the time the standard's out, or people are going to be a little confused on what to do.
Claudia.
Thank you. I fully appreciate what is the recommendation that we have as an option or a point of reference. And I see the point of view, Ian, to deliver for the financial statement, not to the financial, to the end of when we pronounce the statement or standard, not statement, standard, that we will have at that time maybe a reconciliation or something helping them. But I'm wondering if we should give some flavor when we send out our exposure draft, if we will, in a future point of a few years, or deliver our own metrics, so that we will modify or starting using the private sector industry metrics and reframe them in the wording to a public sector metrics. I would find it helpful if we could give something, maybe also in the work program and strategy, the idea, if you have planned something of this or not.
Ross.
I would say, I know where you're going with this and I know what you want to do, but I think unless you've got a crystal ball that's going to tell you what constituents are going to tell us when we go out with the longer list of projects from sustainability, it's hard to commit. So in that sustainability space, staff have been thinking about the various things we can do, and it's not a short list. And I think we'd have to go out to our constituents and ask them, based on a longer list of potential sustainability topics, where they want us to spend our time in the public interest. So from a technical perspective, it's definitely something that needs to be done. But from a public interest priority perspective, is that a bigger priority than other topics that we've pre-committed to already? The general sustainability standard, the natural resources biodiversity one, or the broader list of topics that we may choose to do next, such as updating the RPGs to make those standards, any of the other potential topics that fall within sustainability. And just a reminder to the board that that's not what we consulted on in the strategy and work program. We consulted on the strategy. We asked about interest in future topics, but we were clear that we were going to go and consult again halfway through the strategic period to add items to the work program. So I think we should respect our process and respect what we asked, without overly committing to what we might do. I think we can say we're going to do this framework to help people apply the guidance that's there, and acknowledge that this is a problem that's going to need to be thought about, but the board will have to balance that against other priorities and decide when it's going to come on. So if that's what you mean, we can do that. But just want to be clear, because it's tricky at the moment trying to balance what we could be doing on financial reporting, sustainability, and the balance between them in the next couple of years.
Thanks, Ross. And just to add, the other thing that does come into this is the extent to which we can actually expand the staff resource complement, which goes to fundraising and all the other things that we've sort of talked about. So I think, to your point, Claudia, I don't think we should shut the door, but with all the caveats that Ross has articulated in terms of it has to take its place against all of the other. And when you look at the amount of resource that SASB has put into this over a number of years, it really is not it's a significant program. Okay, so opening up for comments. Yakuba, you've been waiting, and then I'll go to Liang. So Yakuba, to you first.
So meantime, when I was waiting, you responded to my question. It was related to the framework. So just on the plan, I understand that for funding purposes and priorities, we can go through that right now. But as board members, what can we expect to do with this later, just for my own perspective and comprehension? It is clear in the analysis that this is a very, very relevant for use.
I mean, I think what's going to happen is actually, as we're going through this process, actually it articulates for us what are the things that we have to factor into that future prioritization, because we know where, at least where IPSASB is going to be going, and they've done a sort of fix on the SASB standards for now. But clearly this comes into a much more significant project for the public sector. But similarly also, we're going to have to address the questions around RPG1 and RPG3. Should we make those into the sustainability reporting standards? So I think we've just got a lot of different things that we as a board are going to have to actually put on the table for constituents, and then say, okay, our conclusions based on our project prioritization criteria are these. What do you think? And that will also depend on the resource envelope that we have available at that point in time. So there's quite a few different dynamics there. Liang, to you.
I just want to supplement point about industry-based metrics. Actually, when I look at the slide, the SASB standard and GI sector standard, actually I see quite a lot public sector sector have been included, such as utilities, healthcare, etc. So actually, maybe only very limited sector not included. One in my mind is about education. So I think maybe from practical perspective, if we refer to, or we asked the preparers to refer to SASB standard and the GI sector standard, actually most most problem can be resolved. So maybe a workable, efficient way to work this is we just to review the list and to identify any material sector have not been included, and to see whether we want to issue some guidance about these sectors. So this is my workable, maybe a workable solution for this. Thank you.
Ross.
Just want to say, Liang, are you volunteering to work with staff on this over summer? Because sounds like you've put a lot of good thought into it and you could really help us out.
I mean, I think, this is a whole area of work in itself. And so probably the first thing that we can do by way of staff, a piece of staff guidance is actually to just put together, if you like, a matrix that says, here are the COFOG categories, because that is a recognized standardization of functions performed at whatever level in jurisdictions internationally, and the levels do vary with the structures and all that kind of thing. So that's why COFOG is a useful typology and it's internationally accepted. And we can map that at least to the IPSASB categories and or GRI categories to begin with. I think that's I mean, you're right in terms of the direction of travel then, Liang, because I think then the logical next step would be to say, well, okay, if we have what's going to be a sizable work area, how would you prioritize that? And you probably would prioritize that by saying, well, there are certain categories there that don't map, and therefore actually those would be our priorities going forwards. But we're not at that stage at the moment. But which doesn't stop other organisations actually partnering with IPSASB if they feel that they can help in providing some interim guidance in those areas by convening groups of practitioners or whatever. So I don't think we should rule that out at all. But I think we just have to indicate we're doing what we can at the moment to help people get started. Okay, so any comments then on how this has been incorporated into the text? Okay, so move us on to the next area.
Right. Next on internal carbon pricing. Thank you. So this was a point that was raised by members in the climate topic working group. So two key issues. The first one was that the main question that staff had in mind when we were approaching this topic was whether it applies to public sector entities in their own operations. And while we think that the importance of carbon pricing is it's fairly common in policy activities, but in terms of own operations, we think that governments do use internal carbon prices for example, for procurement decisions. And then there was also a discussion on the terminology, which relates to the methodology used. So these are some of the terminologies and methodologies that are used on internalizing carbon externalities. And while we think that internal carbon pricing is a very commonly used terminology, but we also acknowledge that there's very little consistency across the globe on similar terminology, and that all forms of carbon pricing can be implemented in a jurisdiction or economy, but when it is within an entity, it is called an internal carbon pricing. So just to give you an example on the variety of terminologies methodologies that we have, Canada, they prefer to use the term social cost of greenhouse gases in the cost benefit analysis of regulatory proposals, where they look at the global damage that was done to each additional ton of greenhouse gas emissions. Whereas New Zealand, they prefer to use the shadow price of carbon, which is the social cost of carbon at an assumed emissions trajectory, and they do adjustments there to reflect whether that is compatible to climate targets. So I think an additional point here was the emphasis on internal to reflect that this is an internal tool used for internal decision making, and that it's very different from, say, the market price of carbon, such as the price that is determined from emissions trading schemes. And I think this was a point that was made very clear through talking to our climate topic working group members. We think that the term internal carbon pricing is very commonly used and is also in line with the IFRS S2 terminology. Next slide, please. So moving on to our analysis and recommendations for this agenda item. First of all, we recommend that we align with the S2 definition. We think that this terminology is very commonly used, particularly when looking at and talking to all these entities, all these jurisdictions. We think that there's really no standardized terminology across jurisdictions to internalize carbon externalities. And we think that internal carbon pricing is important in both the setting the strategy and the policy activity and the entity's own operations. But we're aware that entities might find it less clear on what we're asking for when it comes to internal carbon pricing for own operations. So we suggest providing additional guidance on this area. And our last recommendation is to introduce the concept of internal carbon pricing into the strategy pillar of policies, because we think that it's very much integrated into policy evaluation and also for the cost-benefit analysis of policy interventions. Any opening up for comments for this agenda item?
Celine, you wanted to come in before I open it?
Sure. I just wanted to add some more on the discussions that we had and thinking about the terms and how is it really applicable in the public sector, because in private sector context, it may generally be, within your own entity, but in the public sector context, there may be a central agency who sets or provides what that appropriate internal carbon price is for your group of entities. And so to provide that context in AGs to recognize, we call it internal, but it's not. It could be coming from another agency or a ministry or entity, and it still is intended. The objective is to disclose, what you're using for your internal analysis and decision making, and so that's some of the context of application guidance for own operations, and then also recognizing as the policy setter or the one setting that strategy and that carbon price for others, how is that analyzed and how do you bring that into your policy setting strategy perspective? So that's why we've placed that in the strategy section for policy. But again, things may get relocated, so we'll figure that out.
Okay, thanks for that context. I mean, I guess actually in the context of the discussions we've had on metrics, and actually sort of allowing the possibility of using something else unless, where you're already doing that with a presumption that, it should be in accordance with the sort of S2 requirements. I'm wondering whether that isn't actually a sensible way forward here. And I think, again, picking up that, that needs to be some sort of, recognized methodology and the reasons why that is used. But again, is it right for us to actually mandate that at the moment, without allowing that degree of optionality? And I don't know the answer to that, but it's just that's what's come to me in terms of listening to the discussions that we've had so far today. Is there a reason why we shouldn't be consistent with those other approaches? Question. I mean, I'm just interested, Karen or Celine, whether you have a reaction to that proposal, because it does feel like we would be, if we try and mandate internal carbon price only, then we're sort of out of line with those other approaches. But maybe I've missed the point.
I think. Do you want to go ahead, Karen? I can jump in.
Oh no,
go ahead.
I think we can definitely be open to other approaches. We can discuss a bit more on this, but then how I think it relates to the methodology of these approaches, and the entity would have to disclose the methodology they use to make this estimation. So yeah, but I think we're definitely open for comments on the terminology used and whether we can provide more lenience on the different methodologies and terminologies to internalize these carbon externalities. Celine?
Yeah, I think from our research, we debated and we tried to find, is there an internationally accepted approach for public sector? And we found that there isn't. There were a number of reports, the World Bank reports acknowledges that there's all these different methodologies, and they use the term internal carbon price. So we felt that, it's more the notion. We're asking you to disclose what you use for your internal decision making, not a market price, but what's your internal methodology, and then tell us, what that represents, because it could have different meaning. And I think we don't have, again, going back similar to other metrics, if there's no best practice or well accepted methodology. It may evolve over time and it may develop, but at this stage, it would be difficult to prescribe one of those, say, social cost of GHG or shadow price as defined by a specific jurisdiction.
Okay, well, that sounds like we should then be consistent with the approach we've taken elsewhere, that we focus in on that, we use that terminology, but equally, if a jurisdiction is using another recognized approach or whatever, because I can understand that, going back to my days in government, the government would have its own investment appraisal methodology, and they may well have developed something differently. So, I don't think we should rule that out. The main thing being that they should do something along these lines. So if you can, sort of update the drafting accordingly on that, then I think at least we're consistent in the approach that we've taken to these issues where there isn't a consensus at the moment, that we're trying, where people don't have something to align, the terminology and the approach, but equally we're accepting of the state of evolution at the moment if something else is being done. And the main thing being that people need to start, jurisdictions need to start to think about this and need to be transparent about what they are doing. Okay, so unless are there any other comments on that? I think we're about due to take a break. I think let's take a break there. So if everybody can come back at 20 past, and then we'll move into the final items in this area. Okay, thanks everyone. Okay, so going well, but we've still got some important topics to discuss. Um, Celine, if you can introduce the material on transition, and then we will go to Fabienne, because the CAG had a very useful discussion on this on Monday. So, Celine, to you first.
So you may recall in March, we had discussed the transition approaches in breakout groups, ranging from, very private sector aligned option to a very gradual phase in public sector specific transition. And I think coming out of that breakout group discussion, I had to listen to the comments again and review the notes, because we could really go anyway. I think it's quite a broad and open. There's pros and cons to each end of the spectrum, and so I think the key takeaway that we provide this proposal is going back to a few key fundamental issues, and we propose to take that private sector aligned approach to push for a faster transition, to recognizing the challenges this may pose, but also recognizing that entities take different pathways. I think that was one of the points from our March breakout too. Public sector entities may have different pathways to get to adoption, but once you have an adoption date, to give that 1 year rather than as Scott said, if we give them longer, they'll take as long as we give. So to really provide that 1 year transition to really address the urgency of climate. We all recognize that we're doing the standard as a priority issue given the urgency, to address the capital markets point that, what we're seeing and hearing in discussions is that public sector entities are being approached by whether it's investors or other entities to start providing this information. So there is a current demand for this information. So to get started now. And to demonstrate that public sector leadership, that, regulators asking for your private sector to do it, but as public sector, we can do it too, and provide that public information to the earlier points, some of the points that Bernard made in his presentation, that the public sector has this crucial role to play in the global movement, and not beyond just reporting and providing information, but to help other sectors to advance as well. And lastly, an interesting point from the SRG was that, we expect that the public sector may already have a lot of data, given the commitments that they've made, perhaps even more so than in some private sector entities. And so this should be available in many places and in many cases. And so there was even, support for dropping some of the transition reliefs, because the expectation is that public sector should be able to provide this information. So the SRG strongly supported the private sector aligned approach, and going ahead with a 1 year relief. And so those reliefs include the relief for scope 3 emissions in your first year, and then comparative information, and report the timing of reporting in your first year could be within 9 months of adoption, rather than, on this same time as your financial statements. So those are those aligned with S2. And then in addition, thinking about policy activities, because in the March breakout, it was pointed out how should we think about policy related transitional relief separate from own operations. And so when we think about policy related relief, there may be relief provided for missions on existing policies in your first year give some time to develop those estimates if you don't have them already. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Celine. Fabienne.
Thank you, Jan. So actually, indeed, the CAG members generally supported alignment of transitional provisions to IFRS's standards. Members also cautioned the board to balance the urgent need for reporting with preparers' capacities concerns. So too strict transitional provisions may indeed disincentivize uptake of the future IPSASB climate-related disclosure standard, and not forget the implied complexity for those jurisdictions that plan to implement financial reporting IPSAS as well as sustainability reporting IPSAS. Some CAG members recommended that the board should consider providing additional transition guidance that could be in the form of a phased transition to first require reporting by priority sectors or functions, and by priority sectors or functions, they meant those with greatest impact on climate change, such as energy, transport, forestry, agriculture, and following phases would then focus on those sectors or functions with less impact on climate change. That's it for me for now.
Thank you, Fabienne. And I think, that's where you see some resonances between where we might go here and the sort of concepts that we have in IPSAS 33 in terms of this idea that you might have a period of preparation or dry runs before you actually mandate the start of the transition. And then you might have a further period where there are certain reliefs, that 3-year period that we have for certain, certain standards in IPSAS 33. So I think really open up at this stage for comments from, from members recognizing that there probably is not a one-size-fits-all approach here. So, comments. Mike, lead us off.
So, thank you, Chair. Just a comment, as I saw that on the next slide, there's no slide on the relief provided for climate-related policy activities. So on that policy activities, I'm after having listened to our discussions for hours, I'm really not so sure where we have that gray field between climate-related policy and non-climate-related policies, but I still observed in our draft, it's in BAG 61, certain sentences which is not referring to non-climate-related policy activities. And hence that brought to my mind, if we stick to that, would that be another field where we could provide some relief into that, because it is a new field, and but depending on whether in the next revision we keep that piece in 61 or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Other views from board members? It's the last session in the afternoon. I can sense the. I mean, I think this is one of those things where we are going to have to put something out there as board, and probably, maybe the thing to do is actually take a tactical position, which is actually to emphasize the point about the fact that the decision and the adoption date will be a jurisdictional specific decision, and therefore, in a sense, actually, again, the use of a rebuttable presumption, that the rebuttable presumption is that you follow the private sector transitional approach. unless there is a decision by the jurisdiction that certain categories will go at different points in time. Certain types of bodies will go at different points in time, or certain bodies. And that's the point at which the clock starts for them. So recognizing that point in the way in which we discuss it, and maybe that is, because the reality is that will be what happens for jurisdictions. Lynn's not here, but I would ask the question in the UK, and I can't remember the answer to that, is have we actually mandated different, I think it's being done by central government bodies because those are the ones for which the Treasury is responsible, but that isn't necessarily the case for municipalities, for health bodies and so on. So I think, in the way in which we approach that, we just have to recognise that governments, there's likely to be that variety. That said, when you say, right, okay, a type of body, let's say hospitals are going to start at this point in time, having had a preparatory period, actually do those transition provisions kick in unless there's some other reason? And so maybe that's the kind of approach we've got to go for. So I provoked a few comments by rabbiting on like that. Mari, go to you and then to Scott.
Thank you. My concern is about there are so various types of public sector entity, and so maybe the small entities, the hospitals and the municipalities and the universities, and that can be applied to transition, and can. However, in case of the central government, in Japan, there is independent administrative aid institute, and it is easy to prepare the sustainability reporting. However, the main central government's aim is so great, and so the central government covers so many institutions, and so it is necessary to consider about how to consolidate these entities, and so it's a so big issue. And however, if it's possible, it helps so great impact. It contributes to the impact and outcomes and for the public sector sustainability. So it's my concern. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. And I think that consolidation point is actually quite an important consideration, which we haven't really sort of factored into any discussion so far. So go to Scott and then to Claudia.
Yeah, the reason I didn't raise my flag otherwise isn't acceptable with this. I get real pragmatic when it comes to transition. I think we need to go out for the most stringent view we have, because we can always back off based on the feedback we got. If we start assuming, then we can't go back the other way. So I think it's just better to go along because it makes sense. We're aligned, and see what people tell us. And if we need to make changes, then we can. But otherwise, we can't reverse engineer that.
You're obviously in the pragmatic camp there, Claudia. So that sounds like we do go with, okay, we align with the IPSASB's guidance for both own operations and for policy activities, public policy programs, whatever the terminology actually is. But in doing that, we do need some discussion, I think, in an appropriate place that reflects the fact that across a jurisdiction, different categories may, the decision is going to be the regulators and the relevant regulator, and they may decide that different bodies go at different points in time, which, to Mari's point, then would impact on when you could actually start to do a sort of, whole of sector consolidation or whatever. Ross.
Yeah, agree. I just wanted to flag, and I think we've been collecting SMCs all day. I think this one would be an important SMC to get right, and we'd need to be very specific in the comment that if jurisdictions or entities responding don't agree, that they articulate the additional transition exemptions they'd like to see, and the public sector reason why they want it, and to articulate that. Because I do think if we're taking going out with an approach where we're aligning with the private sector guidance, I would say that's because our board hasn't identified specific conceptual public sector reasons to do something different. Acknowledging the practical challenges, but those exist in the private sector as well. So I think it will be important that you get rich analysis of the responses that help articulate a real public sector difference to do something different, and help the board on the next stage, if they would be loosened down the line.
Okay, thanks, Ross. And I think we need some sort of terminology which indicates it's the regulator for a sector, or whichever, whoever is the authority in terms of setting requirements for types of body within a jurisdiction, that would set the start date, because this is not going to be, obviously that's where the IPSASB is looking at this in a different way, because it's capital markets authorities. That the same sort of principles would apply. So we just need that terminology, I think, there. Lucy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I support that it should be left to the jurisdictions regulators on the start of, in prescribing the transition relief for the implementation of the standard. My other comment is I agree on the exclusion on reporting for scope 3 for own operations, but the challenge would be then for the regulators, for the policy implementers. How can they collect the data if the entities would not be reporting on scope 3 scope own scope 3 disclosures for their own operations? Because like what Mary had said, the regulators will just consolidate data that are reported by the individual entities. So I think that should be taken in consideration also. Do we need to exclude also regulators from reporting on scope 3 because of challenges on data collection? Thank you.
So just following up on what you said though, Lucy, I think that would mean that, the default we're proposing is that the transition track is the same for own activities and for policy activities. So therefore, actually, that should address that data issue. And therefore, it will be up to them if they decided, okay, they want an additional year in terms of public policy programs. That's a jurisdiction decision. Okay, Adrien.
Yes, I was just trying to look up into the document, see if there's BC about this exclusion of scope 3 emissions. I don't really understand why we would exclude scope 3 emission. I mean, rather than having the possibility to opt for the exclusion of scope 3, because they would not be prepared. We all know that it could be very complicated, but maybe some entities might already have developed a methodology or advanced on the path down to providing disclosures on scope 3 emissions. So that's the first argument. I think if they are prepared, why wouldn't they try and provide disclosures on scope 3? So we would recommend that they have the possibility for an exemption on scope 3 emission on year 1. And what I don't understand is if they are not ready for disclosing at scope 3 emissions on year 1, it means that it's very complicated. They are in the process of developing something. Why would they be prepared in year 2? or possibly in year 3. If it's so complicated, if the value chain, I mean, the causal chain is so long, so complex that they're not ready in year 1, why would they be in year 2?
Well, I think it's about getting people started, and so, you know, whilst you might pragmatically say not in year 1, actually that allows another year for people to be ready, but you're setting the expectation that year 2 is when you would start. And in doing that, inevitably you have to be pragmatic about the fact that, okay, it won't be perfect in year 2, but that you're starting people collecting the data, submitting the data, and it will get better. And that's really what I think we have to, you know, it's about encouraging behavior and all of the things that have been said about, you know, if you're talking about scope 3 data, then public bodies are going to be subject to requests for data from private bodies and so on. Thinking this, though, I think going with what you said, we probably do need to make sure that if we've got useful language in IPSAS 33, you know, which has emphasised that actually what you're talking about there is reliefs, temporary reliefs from a given standard. Actually, that's what we've got here is consistent, that you're allowing a relief rather than, you know, immediate application of the full requirements. But if you're ready earlier, go with it. So I think if we can have a look at, you know, this is where it's helpful that we've been sharpening up IPSAS 33. If we've got language in there that we can use which gets over exactly the point you've raised, then we should include that. Yep.
Well, there's also another argument. I believe that if some entities are ready to disclose scope 3 emissions on year 1, it could also be an incentive for similar entities to, well, show that, yes, it's possible. I've followed the path to disclosing the scope 3 emissions, and maybe you could count on me to help you develop your own method and disclosure. So it's a matter of being an example for others.
Okay. Any other points from members? Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I support the proposal, but when we talk about the S3 and the experience of from the private sector itself, is quite challenging for the government, especially for collecting the data. And then we also have gone through with the across accounting kind of things. So I think well, do we have a relief is quite long than it's supposed to be, because this one it gave about 2 or 3 years relief on S3, right? So, or is it up to the jurisdiction to propose what is exactly the what kind of possible period to implement the S3? Thank you.
I think ultimately, yes, it is up to the jurisdiction, and that's where, you know, maybe the idea of a rebuttable presumption comes in. I mean, I think the first point is the same as with IPSAS 33, which is there is a point at which you start your transition. You know, and we can get the language from IPSAS 33. There is a point at which you say, right, okay, now climate-related disclosures apply. But then there probably is something that says, okay, you know, in common with IPSAS 33, that allows you relief for a certain period, but we know not all jurisdictions will, you know, comply with that. But you can't claim compliance with IPSAS if you've gone on using those reliefs for longer than the 3-year period. And I think that's where we apply those same principles here. So, you know, if you said in Malaysia, right, okay, you know, we know we're having problems with developing accrual data, so we're going to allow you a longer transition period. Okay, but you would still need to, you know, to disclose that fact. And you couldn't claim full compliance with, climate related disclosures SRS. So I think it's about being transparent, and not saying there aren't jurisdiction factors that would take you somewhere different, but you should be clear about what's going on and why.
Thing is whether IPSASB could give us some sort of pathway or something, documentation that we can refer to, just like the IPSAS accrual standard, some sort of pathway or something.
I don't think we can give, I think you've got the point that it's the jurisdiction which actually essentially switches on the standard in the same way as you do with a requirements report on accrual. And I don't think we, as a standard setter, could actually provide guidance that if you're in year whatever of your accrual implementation, that I just don't think that's for us, because we know there are so many different circumstances in jurisdictions. So I think we have to set a benchmark. If a jurisdiction decides to depart from that benchmark, okay, that's fine, but there needs to be appropriate disclosure of the reasons. And we wouldn't, I don't think we can sit in judgment or whatever. We just need to set the benchmark and the principles and then let people apply it in their own circumstances. And as Ross says, I think here, this is where we need a very carefully worded SMC that actually will elicit input on both own operations and public policy programs. And, we'll look at what we get back. But I do think we need to look very carefully at the drafting in the revised that we're proposing in revised IPSAS 33, and make that point clear that it's the jurisdiction that essentially will mandate the start of reporting. Okay. So any comments? I mean, recognising there's quite a lot of extra work here, but was there anything in the drafting that members had a particular problem with at the moment? Okay. So
to our final agenda item. So I say that, but I do have another slide after this. So for general requirements, so this is Appendix B. It's coming from S1, and it's really just going back to some of those, general requirements that would go along with this standard. And so I'll go maybe line by line. You'll see generally these align with S1, but I'll go line by line so we can pause for any comments in between. So on the first one, sources of guidance. So this in S1, S2, they provide points of reference and other sources of guidance, since I think it's important in sustainability that we recognize we're standard setters, but sustainability is a broader ecosystem, and we have lots of other resources and organizations who provide really, that climate science and background. So it's important to have these points of reference. And so I think we would generally align, but because S1 is broader than climate, they include references to other sustainability topics. So we would exclude that. And then because most of the guidance is private sector, like IPSASB GRI, we would recommend these as optional references rather than required references that they have to look to SASB, as we discussed earlier. So that's the first item, and that's in paragraphs B16 to 21 of Appendix B.
Any comments on those proposals, Andrew?
Thanks. Comfortable with the proposals in the B paragraphs, but if I go to the related AGs to this, those I don't think are necessarily relevant. I think those are is one sort of catch-all for if there are sustainability things for which we don't yet have a sustainability standard, go and look for guidance from others. Ours currently reads, if there is no sustainability standard dealing with climate, then consider this. We have one on climate. So I think those BAGs we can just delete.
Thanks, Andrew. And if you can pass your suggestions on that, that would be really appreciated. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Andrew, you're yeah. So we move on to then location of disclosures.
So on location of disclosures, the IFRS requires that your sustainability related disclosures are located in your general purpose financial reports, but they do have paragraphs about the ability to cross-reference. So if it's another report, to cross-reference accordingly. So with that flexibility, I think that there was some debate, I think, because in the public sector, it may be common to have it in a separate report. But with including the cross-reference, I think we can align with S1, and that's what we would propose here.
Okay. Any disagreements on that? Okay, I think we're fine with that. So timing of reporting?
So timing of reporting, at the same time as the financials is the proposal. Again, no public sector difference here to just align that timing on an annual basis. I think there are paragraphs about interim reporting, which we've retained, but recognize that it may not be as relevant or as applicable. And even in those cases, it's interim reporting is only as it's relevant. So we've left in that guidance, but timing of reporting is generally your annual financial statements.
Okay, Claudia.
I'm not quite sure if I understand it right, what it's mean by the same time. Because Celine explained it belongs to the period. It's a 12-month period, and we have a 12-month period of the sustainability period, which I agree. I understand the requirements in the private sector that we have to publish at the same time as I'm publish the financial statement, the sustainability reporting, and only if I do it in the same day, it's in the approved by the government, for example, then I get a statement of compliance. And I think that's a little bit strict. Maybe they need 2 months later for preparing the sustainability. I'm not really see that it's a really a key criteria that it's really at the same date or what we mean, because that's the burden. Public sector has limited resources. Maybe the first 3 months, the people working are on preparing the financials, then they're doing the budgets, and in between they are preparing the sustainability reporting. And if you strict on the same date or same time, I'm not sure what would it really mean. In the private sector, it's risk that I will not be compliant to our standards. And I think it's a little bit, I'm not sure, high burden, but a restriction that might be discussable.
Shall I go to Liang first? Yeah, so Liang, to you.
I share the same concern as Claudia. Actually, when in my jurisdiction for private sector, when we discuss about the timing of reporting, actually, the current practice is many company actually they prepare the financial statement first and make it public, and maybe after 2 or 3 months, they publish the currently maybe ESG reporting. So I heard from the stakeholders in my jurisdiction is actually they have they need a lot of time to prepare the ESG report. So, but actually, the timeline for reporting for the financial statement actually, regulators may have a very tight timetable. So, so the suggestion is maybe it will be more practical or more workable to allow that they can issue the sustainability reporting a bit later after the financial statement. But in any case, maybe the regulators in each country, in each jurisdiction, they can set the deadline for the sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Celine, back to you.
Yeah, so Claudia, that is clear. Thanks for clarifying. Timing of reporting is for the same period, but also at the same time of publishing your financial statements. That's the intention. That's what is required by S1, and that's what's the proposal. And I think to Liang's point, it could still be a jurisdictional decision of when it will be reported, but I think that it's part of the obviously there's challenges, but part of this linkage to financial information is important. That when you're publishing your when you're preparing and thinking about sustainability reporting and you're thinking about your financial reporting, that they do go hand in hand. That we are making those linkages, and so I think that's why I would support them going out together, acknowledging the practical challenges, but we talk so much about the linkage with financial information. Then does it, is it coming as a second afterthought or timing of that? That's just some thought.
I mean, I certainly think the point in terms of linkages with financial information is given the amount of discussion and dialogue about that clearly is one of the drivers there. And I guess the question for us is this a transitional provision in terms of, yes, acknowledging that there will be very significant challenges, in getting the systems up and running and so on. And I think that's absolutely right. I think there's a transitional provision in terms of 9 months, I think. And I guess the question is actually, then do we essentially go with that, unless the regulator and the relevant regulator then says no, and then there's a disclosure of that fact. So I think, the question is there an intrinsic difference for the public sector, or is it just that the government in a jurisdiction may say, well, okay, to Claudia's point, we recognise the resource implications for this, and therefore we're going to have a permanent 2-month derogation or something like that in terms of, recognising that challenge. So, I think that's, if you like, it's probably what we need to factor in is this a public sector reason to depart, or actually, how we're going to approach this? So I've got Lucy, then Lynn, and then back to Claudia.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's value in reporting for financial sustainability related financial disclosures along with the financial statements, because if we tie this up with the budgeting process, legislators would usually look at how the budget has been implemented. It are disclosed in the financial statements, and the non-financial information, which are the sustainability report outputs, would then be tied up with how the budget for those particular sustainability projects have been spent. So if there is a need for the same financial, report timing of reporting of these both financial and non-financial information. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lucy. Lynn, to you next.
Yeah, just 2 points really that support at the same time. Firstly, I don't see the public sector reason to depart. Implicit in any departure would be that we might allow sustainability reporting to be later, and yet it's such a crucial issue. So I think that personally that would send the wrong message. I don't therefore think there's a public sector reason to depart. And linked to something I said earlier, which is throughout this whole standard, is we've looked at it through the eyes of users of general purpose financial reports, and so not put them out together. I think that logic of looking at that lens of what do users of general purpose financial reports want, we could lose that logic. So that's another reason why I would support at the same time.
Thanks, Lynn. Claudia, back to you and then to Scott.
I understand fully the point that we have to reflect what it's in private sector required. Even we request more information. We want this public sector policy program delivered. That's not the point. To be that strict means they will never get the statement of compliance that we fulfill IPSAS SRS. And I think the burden is quite high. It's just by 1 day, 1 week, a difference. Maybe we could explain it's within 1 month or something like that. I find it quite strict on what the certain date, because even on the government level, there's a quite distinct delivering and informing public, informing parliament, and there's always for each document or each report statement, important statement, a certain strategy with a lot of linkage, and to make it sure that we really bring it at the same date. It's just a little bit a high burden. Maybe in the same month or within 4 weeks, I have rely on, because otherwise they don't just get a stamp. It's in agreement with our standard, and that's I find a little bit. I find it really a high burden.
Thanks, Claudia. Scott.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments about why it should be the same. I guess I have a question in the wording. It dawned on me, I was looking at it, because the disclosure related to general purpose financial reports. Okay, but we refer to this as financial statements. Do we mean the financial statements, or we do the larger financial report? I think we need to be clear, because there is no later thing to be issued. Okay, if the government is issuing its general purpose GPFR, then it's got to be in there, or it's not. Okay, and then it's not compliant. But currently, the way it's worded, it actually does say financial statements. Is that what we mean? Do we need the general purpose financial report? So maybe an inconsistency that may confuse her. Think we ought to clarify that, if my point makes sense to you.
Yes, I can understand that. And I guess the question is just going back, just for clarity, going back to S1, my assumption would be they talk about general purpose financial reports. No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, S1 is explicitly your financial statements at the same time and period as your financial statements. Yeah.
I would suggest we make that clear, in BC or something on that. But that's what I thought. So by definition, I think we are where we are, and they have to be aligned because of that.
So where does that take? Sorry, I'm just trying to kind of follow through so it is this point that your financial statement discussion analysis under RPG2 would be issued at the same time as your general purpose financial statements. Now, the information under RPG2 is general purpose financial reporting information. But what we're talking about here is additional GPFR information, isn't it? So it's categorized as GPFR. So I'm just sort of looking for some clarification here in terms of, does that create a distinction? I don't know. As I can see the point that Claudia is making, that from a public policy point of view, resources may well be constrained, and therefore there may need to be an element of pragmatism here. So, in a sense, actually, where we could go is actually to say that you would comply with the presumption is that there is no public sector reason to depart. So you have the transitional provisions and standard. You would then publish all of your GPFR information at the same time. Unless the regulator decides differently, and that the reasons for that departure are described. And maybe then in the SMC that we ask, we actually say, should that be the requirement that it's all published, or should there be, a derogation there for where the jurisdiction decides that a 2-month, some sort of delay is required from a resourcing perspective. Does that necessarily mean that you're not in compliance or whatever, the wording? It's a bit late in the day to be erudite on this, but if and maybe what we need to do is see. So the presumption is, yes, it's the same requirement as publication on the same day, but we need to ask an SMC that actually should we allow for that possibility? And in terms of tactics, then as a standard setter, if we're going with the requirement which aligns with the IPSASB, if we get strong support for that sort of derogation and the reasoning for that derogation, then we can give that, when we finalise the standard. Is that a reasonable way forward? Okay, so comparative information.
So comparative information, we require comparative information for all amounts, so quantitative amounts, and then where it may be helpful, provide comparative information about narrative and description information. So the requirement is clear for quantitative information, and it may be applicable for qualitative information. Again, sort of going back to materiality on that. So that's what is required in S1, and we think would apply for public sector equally.
Okay, any disagreement with that approach? Okay, I think we're fine with that. So statement of compliance then?
Statement of compliance allows entities to make this explicit and unreserved statement of compliance if they comply with all of the requirements of the standard. And there's a clarification that if there is, for whatever legal or regulatory reason for not providing disclosures, that does not prevent you from making an explicit statement of compliance.
And that might then be consistent with what we've just talked about in terms of timing of reporting, if that's a regulatory issue. Any disagreement with that, adopting that approach? Okay, so judgments.
So judgments, again, fairly standard, not anything different from financial reporting, but bringing these concepts in on judgments, uncertainty, and error. So recognizing that a lot of the disclosures require significant judgment, and so providing that entities have the right the processes in place to assess those effects, and providing any disclosures around those judgments as needed. So providing information to help users understand those judgments.
Okay, so any disagreements with the proposed way forward? Okay, So I think we're good with that. So
All right.
uncertainty then?
So this is around measurement uncertainty. Again, asking entities to provide disclosures to help users understand those areas of significant measurement uncertainty, to really identify those sources of uncertainty, and providing the disclosures around the assumptions, approximations made to support those estimates.
Okay. I think Claudia, you're marginally ahead of Adrian, so you go first.
Thank you. I think about when we will approve this draft in September and maybe natural resource standard in this September. We should make sure that our stakeholders understood that the measurement uncertainty is differently used in both standards. In measurement, in the natural resource standard, we said something about if the measurement uncertainty is not high middle, I would say already, then we disclose only information and we don't include it in the financial statement or we account for it. Here is a little bit different. They said if it's high uncertainty, it should be delivered in a certain way. So we could make clear that there are different concepts between just in the documents we're delivering with them or in the BC, to make clear that we have a different understanding on it.
Can I just go back for clarification from staff on, is that just a difference in wording or is that intended?
So I did get Claudia's comment earlier, so it was helpful to be able to address this, because looking back at natural resources, I think that's in the context of recognition. I can't recognize the asset because there was too much measurement uncertainty in, say, the subsoil resources, and so I can't recognize the asset. So that is a different context, and so what I think we could pose is to clarify, and I think some of the AGs, I can't remember. I went back to add some to clarify. For example, in the context of sustainability or climate, measurement uncertainty will be significant. Say you're projecting flood risk, increasing floods in this area, and so there's significant measurement uncertainty, but you're not precluded from not including those in your estimates because you have too much uncertainty. You actually make your estimates and your assumptions known and provide those disclosures. So that's the context, and we can provide that sort of to differentiate in this case.
Okay, thanks. So I think you're right. That's helpful. So I think if we go with that, drawing attention to that difference here. Adrian.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not comfortable with the B40 paragraph. Why is that? Because we more or less use the same wording as we use in the conceptual framework with regards to uncertainty and the fact that uncertainties might not undermine the usefulness of the information. But I don't believe we're in the same area with regards to the consequences of uncertainty. When it comes to financial reporting, everything is based on established methodologies, models, even if it's based on measurement technique, that some of them are just estimates or provide just estimates, but I would say the whole business is robust and consistent. Whereas in this area, it's all the contrary. I mean, nothing is robust. Everything is just sand-based. We have models, but most of the models are not robust. And most of the models provide first qualitative information, not quantitative information. So this is why I don't believe that the last sentence is right. Even a high level of measurement uncertainty would not necessarily prevent such an estimate from providing useful information. I believe it's wrong. I mean, in this, with this, the question that are put forward by sustainability reporting, in many instances, on the contrary, uncertainty will undermine the usefulness of the information provided. So, okay, let's be open to making use of methodologies and models that are uncertain based on qualitative modeling. But this sentence, I don't really feel comfortable with it, because we should probably find another way to say, okay, do your best to provide useful information. And sometimes in this area, it will be very difficult to provide, certain information. And where uncertainty is high, be very cautious that you could mislead the users of the GPFR or the specific disclosures that you provide to them.
Thanks, Adrian. I think in a sense you've come into it in a different way, but I think you're in the same place as Claudia. And I think it's a very valid point. And therefore, I guess I think we do need to be very deliberate in what we say and the way in which we explain it. So I think there's both a cortex point here, and a basis for conclusion. And I wonder whether, in being deliberate about that, what we should do is just take the step back here, and say, right, okay, what have we got in our conceptual framework and in, I guess, maybe measurement standard, I don't know, and probably also just put the IASB, IPSASB literature alongside that, and then say, okay, what is staff's recommendation based on, what we've got and understanding that, but also then the difference, because I think you're right in terms of the nature of information that is being used here. And I can hear April Mackenzie's comment in Zurich in my mind here. So I think we just need to be very deliberate about that, Ross.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think the challenge we have here is we're saying we're aligning with S1. So this isn't different in the private or public sector right now. So if we choose to not align, I think we've got to have a public sector reason that we articulate, or it's going to look like we're rewriting the work of the ISSB. And I don't think that's our intention here.
No, I accept that point, but I think that what Adrian is, and so I think actually what we may want to do is actually raise this with ISSB when we meet with them, but I do want to make sure that we've actually taken that step back, and we understand it, because actually if we're saying to them, look, hang on a moment, we don't think you've quite got this right, or so I'm agreeing with you. I think, because I think it's a very serious point. And so if we think there is something that, perhaps isn't described right or whatever, then, let's have that discussion at least, and let's go into this in the right way.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think maybe it's just the BC explaining a point that I think gets lost really easily. And I've had this with myself, talking with the rest of the staff and talking with constituents, is, as Hervé Adrian pointed out, in accounting, we're rooted in historical accounting for actual transactions that you recognize and measure. In sustainability, we're dealing with forward-looking information and estimations related to GHG emissions. So the nature is slightly different. And then we can identify that we're considering whether the terminology is appropriate and consistent with what we have, and do that staff analysis. Because I think I wouldn't want to go out with a position that puts us at odds with what's gone through the ISB's due process in an area where it's really evolving. And because I just don't think that's going to help anybody. And I think probably the helpful thing for constituents is helping them recognize that we're talking about reporting, but we're talking about reporting significantly different information, and we're still figuring it out.
Okay, so I think let's do that piece of work and let's work out whether we think we need to call attention to this in some way or something like that. Even if the guidance is the same for the reason, and again, I think actually that's a specific topic that I think would be very helpful to discuss with the IPSASB, because I'm sure they've had this discussion at some stage as well. And there's arguably an assurance point of view here as well. So if you're okay, we will go away, do that extra piece of work, and we will very deliberately come back on this. One further.
Just one addition. The problem I have is with the second and the last sentence of B40. The second sentence says something that is acceptable. We are on reasonable estimates and the consequences of reasonable estimates on the usefulness and validity of information. And then the sentence that follows, we are in a high level of measurement uncertainties. And in between must be something, but when it's okay with reasonable estimates, it becomes more difficult with high level of measurement uncertainty. And we could remain aligned with S1 by just deleting that last sentence. It's not a big issue.
I mean, let staff take it away. And there certainly is the difference in the positions about what we recognize in the general purpose financial statements as opposed to this is general purpose financial reports information, and so it's just we need to get all of those triangulations right and make sure where the drafting comes from in the first place. And I think between you and Claudia, I think you've drawn our attention to the issues that we face here, and then we'll bring that back explicitly. Okay, so then errors.
All right. Lastly, errors. So you're required to restate prior period for prior period errors, and differentiating errors from estimates similar to financial reporting. So this is, I think, aligned, and I think no public sector difference here as well.
Okay. Any comments on that? Okay, Liang.
I just recall some discussion, maybe not in our guidance, but I understand when IPSASB develop its standard, actually there's some discussion about the changing estimate, in particular, such as you last year you used some methods to determine some amount, and this year maybe you change into another method. And the IPSASB guidance is actually to require the retrospectively application of the new methods. So in my jurisdiction, I understand we have quite a lot of discussion about this, and many stakeholders, many entities say it is not possible to do so, because actually when this year you apply, you use a new method, actually you cannot go back to last year to get the figure. I'm not sure whether this part of guidance now, whether we will or we will do not bring into our guidance, or maybe in their AG, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean let staff take that one away. Thanks. I understand what you're saying, Liang, and it's probably also if you've got any information on discussions between your jurisdiction and the IPSASB on that would be helpful to understand, because I can understand the challenge there. Okay. Any other comments? Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I do have the last slide to open it up for anything we missed. Other comments, any areas we didn't touch on that you had comments going through the draft. Make sure we want to capture all of that to take away and bring back for whether it's July or September, what big issues or anything else. Certainly editorial, I will take that offline, but any matters that we want to discuss, areas of principle, anything maybe coming out of further thinking from this morning's discussion, which was quite, I think we will take away too, but any other comments, substantive points for discussion?
Comments, Andrew?
Sorry. It was just one on the deletion under financed emissions. We deleted the guidance applicable to asset management, lending, and insurance. And I wondered why we did that. If we've got the detail here around financed emissions, I think the guidance thereunder would be useful to entities in the public sector that do operate in that space. We do also say that the public sector is a lender and insurer of last resort, and so I think that guidance would be useful to keep in here rather than to remove.
So when we were discussing, because we discussed this raised it with the members of the team, and the conclusion we came to was that the analogy here was with the way in which we approach our overall financial reporting guidance, that actually what we do is we in the preface provide guidance on the types of entities that we are setting standards for, and then if they're operating on a commercial basis, we say, well, actually you do that, you use the IFRS, and that therefore in those instances we felt those were organizations that would be operating essentially on a commercial basis, and therefore in that sort of approach, how we articulate it, could go and use the guidance in S2. Now, the point about the sort of funder of last resort, actually, in the way that operates, it's not actually operating as an insurer, it's actually operating as a sort of policy program. And therefore, that was where we saw that, okay, in designing the metrics, you could draw on guidance elsewhere, but we shouldn't actually mandate it for here. And also recognizing that the guidance is very long already, and we didn't go into it. So that was the nature of the discussion. But probably what we could have a look at is, can we articulate that thinking a bit better? And maybe that's what we should do, if that's okay. Okay, Liang?
I have a point about some inconsistency between some paragraph. One paragraph is paragraph 2b about we say that climate-related policy activities, including their effect on society, the environment and economy. But actually, when we look at the definition paragraph about outcome, actually we say outcome on the impact on society. So I see there is an inconsistency between these two paragraphs.
Okay, I think that's one to take away. And as you say, we need to be consistent. That's an important point on that. Angela.
Thanks, Ian. I was just reflecting, Celine sort of talked about any sort of major concerns, particularly coming out of this morning's discussion. And it's been really helpful to get the clarity on implicit or explicit climate-related policy programs. And that anything that's not that is in own operations. It was also good to get a clarity of the board's thinking at this stage that when you're in own operations, scope 3 is limited to S2 scope 3 categories, and so it was good to get that clarity. I suppose the one question I did want to just ask, really from a strategic or a reputational risk perspective, is do you think we have any reputational risk or stakeholder expectation gap around, I guess, the impact of really significant policies that are not specifically, explicitly, implicitly climate, but will have a significant impact on the environment and climate? And it's more, I mean, I understand the clarity today, and it's important to have clarity, and there is something about making this implementable, but I just wanted to step back and check about stakeholder expectation, because I'm not so close to stakeholder conversations that you've had over very many months, but I just thought I'd raise it at this stage just to check in.
Ross.
It's an interesting question. I guess we made a specific decision to limit to climate. That was a board decision. I think we're explaining that. I guess that if people are using their judgment to apply our standard and they have a policy that's not intended on climate but has an impact on climate, and I'm thinking about it from a principled perspective, then it would be a climate policy, even if you don't call it that. So I'm missing the point of the question. I don't think there's a big risk if we explain why we've limited it to climate and to be pregnant.
I think the point is that what we're asking people to report on is where they have a program which has an objective to influence climate that comes through your public policy programs. Where you have a program that has an impact on climate, that would manifest through the operations of the entities in the jurisdiction. So they would have to, the only way you would find that out is actually through the impact of reporting on own operations. And I think that's what we have to be utterly explicit about, that we are not going broader than policies that have an objective of influencing climate change. Those fall within public policy programs. If it's anything else, you will see that through the impact of entities reporting, and that's where they are a policy taker, and that is the limit of what we're going to do. And I think we just have to have that clarity about that's the reporting model, and therefore that is where you would pick up the impacts of anything else. Because otherwise, if it isn't explicit, and it's having that impact, well, you need to rethink the policy. But, we can't legislate for that. We can't provide what happens if. So I think we just have to be utterly explicit that is the reporting model. Now, we haven't got a general standard at the moment, and, that's one of the arguments for going through that. But I think we just have to be utterly upfront about that. And that, if people don't like that, fair enough, they can tell us why they don't like it and what they would do about it. Because I think, again, it comes back to what we're trying to do is actually give a practical way forward that delivers on supports accountability and decision making. And if they can't come back and tell us, okay, here's what you need to do to change. Well, frankly, there isn't anything that we can do about that. So, Celine.
I struggled with this as well. I think that there is a risk. I think that there is some level of risk, but it goes back to, I think we put the SMC out there, make that very clear and get that feedback if people agree. Because certainly if you don't have a you don't have any action or policy, and you are the energy regulator, and you're using coal, as coal power, then it will be evident in your reporting that that's a gap. And so it would hopefully, I flag that for individuals, the users, that, hey, maybe we need to be doing something. And that's maybe where I got some comfort around this, but I acknowledge that there is a risk, because it's a lot of questioning around greenwashing, or just promoting the good and the positive side of GHG emissions, that the activities we're doing to reduce it, but not other activities. But I do agree, we would have the SMC to clearly ask and get that feedback,
Yeah,
to
but
ensure.
equally, it comes back to the model that we are using is based on outcomes. It is not based on all impacts. And, we have to be clear that that has a consequence, because we are not doing double materiality or anything like that. The moment that you go down something which is not actually reporting on a public policy, and whether that's actually delivering in terms of outcomes, then you're into a totally different reporting model. So we have been, we explicitly took that decision. And if people want to report on using GRI guidance on indirect impacts and all that kind of thing, that's fine. But, that's broader guidance. It's not our guidance. And I think we just have to be absolutely clear on that. And I think that's the point. If they want to then start doing additional GRI reporting, they want to do double materiality, all of that kind of thing, that's fine, but that's not what our guidance is. Lynn, and then I'm going to move on from this, because I think this is a what if discussion, and we're not going to solve this. Lynn.
Thanks, Ian. I welcome where we're at, and I welcome our ambition. The one word that I think we have got in here that makes me slightly nervous sometimes is where we ask people to talk or ask disclosure around anticipated policies. And to my mind, if we are exposed to reputational risk, it is putting requirements on governments to talk about anticipated policies. And that's the bit in here that I think is worth perhaps staff having another look at, because I think it's in places we talk about current policy, I feel very safe there. But when I'm asking governments to talk about anticipated policies, well, what would the government in the UK say right now compared to the 5th of July? I think we need to be very careful when we talk about anticipated policies. That's the point I was going to make.
I think that's right, Lynn, and I think we should make sure that we talk about current policies, because that's entirely consistent with RPG1, and that's exactly the sort of debate that we had when we say RPG1. So I think anywhere where we have anticipated, that comes out for exactly that reason. So
yeah,
thanks for
paragraph 24 is an example. Yeah.
Okay. Patricia.
So one question about the next steps, because it's very hard to say in this moment what are the paragraphs that need to better articulation, because derived from the decision today, and how to separate policy activities. And now with this decision, I can analyze again and propose some different, or this is not coherent, and maybe in this way. My question is, it is what you expect? Because I have some comments aquí, but to say now I need to do this, I can't. In this short time, I can't. Thank you.
No, thanks, Patricia. I think that's a very reasonable point. Now, I think where we got to, and I think what's come through in the discussions that we've had today, is very clearly the the additional is this point about the additionality of let's call them public policy programs and the guidance on that. And I think it's become very clear from the discussions that if we can, we should move forward on the basis of the fact that, if you like, the default is own operations, and it's then the guidance on the additional guidance on if you have a public policy program, then here is the additional guidance. And the only hesitation really was just actually in actually changing the guidance, the positioning of guidance and so on in that way, was just over the amount of work that would be involved in that. And that's really where I think a discussion with staff was required before we could move forward with that. But I think if we do go ahead with that, and I think the board needs to just, we'll come back on the degree of work involved in that and whether that looks deliverable on Friday. I think if, we need to make that decision on Friday in terms of, are we leaving it essentially the existing structure, or are we repositioning? If we do that, and I think that clearly that's the area where it's the public sector difference, it's where there is more thinking to be done and so on. The emphasis, I think, in the check-in meeting would be on public policy programs and making sure that we've got that difference, that public sector difference right. So, that from that point of view, I think you're absolutely right. That's where, as a board, that's where the new thinking is, that's where the risk lies, and that's where we should concentrate. So, actually in the discussion in the check-in, obviously, any issues with the sort of S2 type material and the rebuttable presumptions and things like that we can pick up. But you're right, and that I think would be the intention, that we should focus in that area precisely so that members can be comfortable about, here's where we're going to be different for public policy programs and why. Okay. Celine, so just, I guess next steps we can probably do we want to do that today, or do you want to do that on Friday?
Next steps, we will come back on Friday with this proposal. And I think the next immediate step for the board, for the check-in, we will prepare those materials, give us time, and prepare your calendars to give yourself time in the middle of July, in July. We'll pre-mail ahead of time, but say the weekend before the check-in, to give yourself time to review. That would be very much appreciated. I know it's summertime and it could be busy, so mark your calendars, please.
Okay, but we will come back on next steps. But I think just to be clear with the board, if we take the decision on Friday to reposition the material in the way that we've been talking about, that will be a fork in the road. We won't be able to come back and go, oh, well, actually, I quite fancied the way that it was before. So it will be, right, okay, if that's the decision we take on Friday and it's deliverable from staff perspective, that's the way we're going at that stage. And then that will help us all with the focus on where the new material comes in and where the differences are. Okay. I think at that point in time we have had a good day. I think hopefully everybody feels that where they had concerns, where they had thoughts, we've been able to surface those, and we've had a good discussion about the material. It is challenging. I think we all recognise that, and I think the important thing is that actually we are making good progress here. We've covered a lot of ground. I think we have a lot clearer perspectives, both on what we've agreed on and what we've disagreed on, but hopefully we've got ways forward on that. So thank you very much for all the work that's gone into the preparation for this, both to members and to technical advisors and the teams supporting you. I think this is really important work for the public sector. And I think we need to hold on to what we have achieved, how far we've actually come, and let's keep moving forward and let's keep surfacing the issues and keep having the debates going forwards. So with that, I think we'll give you back 15 minutes for good behaviour and for all the input. So we will start again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and we've got a presentation from the ISB staff, and then we'll move into presentation of financial statements. So thanks everyone for all the input today. Thank you.